Okay, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, which basically means that there's normally like a script that we go through to make sure that there hasn't been any ex parte communication, that there is no conflict of interest with the council. Is there any conflict of interest, or has anybody had any ex parte communication with anybody else regarding this case?
Nope.
None.
It appears that nobody has. Okay, so this case is a consideration and possible approval of Ordinance 14-09 to change the zoning on approximately 8.78 acres located at 1127 Paseo del Pueblo Sur from C1 Neighborhood Commercial and C2 General Commercial to C2 General Commercial within the Town of Taos. This public hearing has been continued. It was previously heard by the council, and the council requested that we have a special hearing here on August 5th to continue this case. We did bring a PowerPoint that actually shows a map of the parcel, but I don't think that we can actually get the projector on. Is it on? No. On our screen. Oh, it's slowly coming alive.
Can the audience see it? Okay, go ahead, Martha.
Okay, so as you can see from this parcel, the entrance on Paseo del Pueblo Sur is rather narrow. And then if we go to the next slide, that's actually showing the zoning. So the red is C2, which is general commercial, and then C1 is neighborhood commercial. And what the applicant is requesting is that that entire parcel become C2, which is, heavier uses. In the staff report, we actually outline the differences between the C2 and C1, and we delineate them with the highlighting within the yellow. And then there's also a requirement that if you go over a certain number of square feet, then you need a provisional permit. And in the C1, if you go over 10,000 square feet, then you need to get a provisional permit. In the C2, if you go over 30,000 square feet, then you need a provisional permit. Most of this was covered in the previous public hearing. I'm just briefly going through it.
And that is per building?
And that is per building that is built, correct. And so the applicant made a statement that he is acting on behalf of the owner who's having a hard time, basically selling this parcel with half zone C2 and half zone C1. Actually, the greater half is the C1. I believe the C2 portion's approximately 3 acres, and the rest of the parcel out of the 8 is C1, so it's approximately 5 acres. Staff is recommending that we continue with our code changes. I am bringing before the Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow night a continuation on a public hearing where we're reviewing a code change that will actually separate the zoning from a site plan so that we're not zoning for a specific project. Right now, the way the code is written, it combines zoning with a project, and we can't be doing that. That's illegal. So I think part of the council's concern this last time was that if the whole parcel is zone C2, it will create a lot of traffic on Gustorf Road, which is across from the middle school, and that there might not be any oversight as far as any development along Gustorf. Even if it's C1, there might be a lot of curb cuts. So what staff is proposing is to go ahead and allow us to make that code change, which would require planning and zoning to approve any commercial site plan that's built within the town of Taos. And that way, there's a little bit more control over the specifics like curb cut, architectural design, things like that. The applicant's here to make his presentation, and I stand for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Would the applicant come forward, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do. If you would take this mic down, there's not a mic there.
My name is Mark Yarovitz, and I'm the agent for the property owner. And yes, I swear to tell the truth. As you know, this is a continuation from the last month. We had some discussion about this property. I do not have an end user in mind for this. At the end of the day, whether you decide in favor of the C2 zone change for the entire property or not, it won't really affect us that much. The key issue that I wanted to bring was that in the development of a parcel like this, in conjunction with some of the master plan ideas from the town, I just wanted to make a few points. And again, whether or not the zone change goes into effect, it's not that crucial. It would just make it easier to develop this property in the future as one total property. The main issue here is that on an 8-acre property in the center of town, there's not very many of them for commercial development. And one of the goals, I believe, is that from the leakage study from people driving to Espanola and Santa Fe to shop at the Lowe's and Walmart, et cetera, that we're trying to reverse that. The hope was that a large retailer, not larger than a Walmart, Superbox, or any of that nature, but perhaps a small size Lowe's or something of that nature, would be interested in a project like this and to stop some of the leakage on an 8-acre parcel. That was one of the goals. We don't have any tenants. We have no one interested in the property right now, so I'm not trying to start any rumors about who's coming to town. Okay, I just want to reiterate that. As you look on the zoning map also, you can see that 2/3 of the property between Paseo del Pueblo Sur and Gustorf, up and down the road, as you can see south of Paseo del Cañon and north of the area a couple of blocks up, most of that land is C2 between Paseo and Gustorf. The neighborhood commercial there, the projects that we might bring to the table here might be neighborhood commercial anyway. We don't know. So, but the idea of having one set of rules and one zone on this property would take about 4 or 5 months off of a development process should somebody want to come in here with a Trader Joe or some kind of opportunity like that. The traffic generated on Gustorf, and again, the C1 means neighborhood, but if you look at the map, there is no housing in that area. There is no neighborhood. The school, the command center, the hotels, that's really what the neighborhood is about. It is not really a residential neighborhood. The 520, the Paseo del Cañon is designed to handle a much larger supply of traffic right now, and in the future, should Gustorf be determined that it needs to be widened or not, we're not sure of that. There has been no traffic study other than the command center, which came up no requirement for any traffic study. It didn't meet a threshold. That the owner of the property would be willing to donate some land to widen Gustorf if that was a requirement in a widening of Gustorf in that intersection to help alleviate the traffic. And also the last comment I have is that I have a legal agreement that has not been undertaken yet, but a written, legal, and signed agreement for access off Paseo del Cañon for a 36-foot wide, 3-lane opening at the north of the drainage channel with the neighboring owner. Now, the DOT has not. DOT previously approved an opening there for a project, but it has expired and nothing was done. So if anything was going to happen there again, the DOT would be brought back in to determine the feasibility of that access point. Yes.
Clarification. Paseo del Cañon or Paseo
I'm
del Pueblo
sorry,
Sur?
Paseo del Pueblo Sur, I'm sorry, thank you for the
Okay.
correction. North of the drainage on Paseo del Pueblo Sur, have a written signed agreement to create a 36-foot wide, 3 12-foot lane opening, and the DOT has once approved such a project, but it did expire, so it would have to go before them again. Again, we have no project in mind right now, just trying to make it an easier project to develop. It is in the, as Mark Cowan once reported, the physical population of the town of Taos. 50% of north of Paseo del Cañon and 50% is south. This is top dead center in our population. And to create a regional shopping area, hopefully to bring back some of the gross receipts tax leaving for Espanola, is part of what we're hoping to do. Thank you.
At this time, then, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who is here for this public hearing? Steve? You'll have to use this mic.
Please state your name for the record.
Stevens Hall.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do. The last reference to the notion that this is to become some semblance of Espanola is really abhorrent as far as I'm concerned. I don't care to see the kind of development in Espanola come here to Taos. The idea of changing the zoning map to something other than what it is presently is to change the direction of the town, in essence, to change it from a neighborhood commercial to strictly commercial. The idea when it was prepared was that this would be a quote-unquote neighborhood, a mixed-use kind of neighborhood. And what is being proposed now is to eliminate the notion, the idea of neighborhood. And I think it's wrong. I think it needs to be maintained. I even found something recently in Ordinance where it says that with respect to, I believe this has already occurred, that the property has been, which at one time was split into two different zones, C1 and C2, but there's wording in statute, in ordinance, that says that the line is to be determined, where the line occurs is determined by scale, by the use of scale. That's in town code. So that could have been addressed without changing the property to C2, from C1, C2 to C2, or whatever it is that Mr. Yarovitz is asking for as agent for an owner. I don't know who the owner is. I think you should consider carefully whether or not you want to change the direction of this community, which is evidenced by the zoning map. Do you want it to be? Do you want that to turn that area into strictly commercial, or do you want mixed uses? I think that mixed uses is the wave of the future, mixed uses in all respects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, I will close the public hearing, and we will go to questions from the council. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mark, I just had a real quick question. With regards to our last meeting, we had talked about the school being adjacent to that property on the backside of Gustorf. What does that now do that the school is reconfiguring their exit of the school zone? How will that play into the traffic of what will come out of the C2 zone based on the proximity to the school and that being their primary egress exit?
Are they moving all their traffic out to Gustorf?
They're moving all their traffic, so it's going to be a one-way. So it's going to come in off Paseo del Cañon, loop around through the school, and out through Gustorf.
They have large traffic issues at 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Other than that, look at the idea of doing a traffic study, but you cannot do a traffic study without a project to determine usage and square footage and traffic counts. And so what they're going to do is simplify their issues with maybe they by themselves need to widen Gustorf. I don't know. I talked to the traffic engineer, and he thought there was sufficient capacity on Gustorf as it was right now, and that nothing needed to be done. It's just a few minutes extra waiting in line to get to the intersection where the roundabouts are, where they can handle sufficient traffic. I talked to Mr. Patterson about the school plans and asked him about widening Gustorf at that point. He says, it's a possibility, if it's required by either the town or a traffic study, that we should widen it for all of us concerned. But at this point in time, they had no plans, but it's something that the future could bring in conjunction with the school to take a piece from their side and both sides and widen Gustorf if required.
I guess, Mark, my big concern is just the amount of traffic flow that'll go Gustorf into the residential area, towards the theater and Cruz Alta in that area, if it's used as a relief. Just as people in nature are impatient, wouldn't wait to turn left on a Paseo del Cañón, they may wait to, or may choose to exit through the residential neighborhood. And I think that's just been one of, my concerns with regards to the mixed use. Either we corridor that entire area C2 and make the necessary changes that we need to alleviate traffic flow, or leave it alone. I understand the concern with the need to make it one contiguous property, but I want to make sure that we look out for the entire public as a whole.
I don't disagree with you, but the fact is that if we develop it as C1, that doesn't necessarily create less traffic than a C2. A high-density C1 with the acreage there done allowed under the code doesn't necessarily mean it would be less traffic than from a larger box with a C2.
Martha,
I can't prove that either way.
Under our current C2 guidelines, when they should and if have a project of scale come under the C2 guidelines, would they still be responsible for coming back to council or P&Z for approval on traffic flow?
What I'm trying to do is I'm actually trying to make that a requirement within the town code. Currently, the way the town code is written is the zoning is tied with the site plan, which means that we're zoning for a particular project, which is contract zoning. So with the current code, I can foresee maybe staff just going ahead and approving a commercial site plan without it going through planning and zoning. I don't think that will be the policy, but the code doesn't require it. So what I'm suggesting is that we change the code and we make it a requirement of the code that any commercial site plan be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission so that they can address, traffic, how it fits into the neighborhood, architectural standards, landscaping, utilities, all that kind of thing. But right now, we don't have that in our code. And we did bring it before the Planning and Zoning Commission last month. It was continued to this Planning and Zoning Commission for tomorrow night. I don't know how they'll vote. A lot of them are new commissioners, and so they won't be that familiar with the code. But anyway, that was staff's intent, was to try and address this and with the code change.
Mr. Mayor, that's one of my biggest concerns, and fellow councilors. I think I don't have a problem with the approval of the C2 as long as we can. I understand the way the code's written now, but if we could attach that stipulation with regards to this property just because of traffic flow.
Right, and you could approve this rezoning with the condition that the site plan be reviewed, or site plans be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Well,
Councilmember.
this is like putting the cart before the horse, and if planning and zoning is meeting tomorrow, it just makes sense to just possibly continue this for a special meeting in the very near future.
Any other questions? I have a couple, Martha. One is, let's go back to your indication of what the Planning and Zoning Commission is going to be looking at tomorrow night, in that the change to the ordinance would require all C2, C1, any commercial development to go through the Planning Commission. Is that what you were indicating?
Yes, that's the intent.
So no matter if it was a 1-foot stand for a sign, it would have to go before the commission.
Well, I'm talking about commercial site plans, and we did define site. I don't actually have the proposed changes with me.
Just in general. So.
But in general, it would be it'd be like a commercial site plan where you're providing the traffic flow, the building, the architectural design standards, how you want the elevations of the building, landscaping, parking, whether or not there's sufficient town utilities, addressing all the issues that normally are looked at with any sort of major development. If it wasn't like a, we are also wrestling with food carts, but if you had like an itinerant peddler or something like that, that wouldn't go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. That would still be an administrative permit. But what I'm talking about is, you know, like it's a real building and it's being used for a commercial use.
Would this include somebody who is making an addition to their property or remodeling, renovating?
You know, a lot of that depends. That would be a site plan amendment. And again, we're talking about property that's zoned commercial, so that would be the, you know, that would not include like residential neighborhoods
No, I
where you
understand.
have a home occupation.
I'm talking strictly about commercial, you know, C1, C2, highway corridor. You know, let's take
Yes.
those three
You know,
aspects, and so we're talking about new development, I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But would it also include a review when Joe Blow is going to change his dress store, you know, remodel the interior, which would require a building permit, but doesn't necessarily mean that there's any kind of change in use of the property. So I'm just trying to see how encompassing this is or not.
well, that's actually part of the input that I wanted to get from the Planning and Zoning Commission, because normally the way these amendments are done to commercial site plans is you allow certain variants that can be up to the code administrator. If they don't feel comfortable, then they can take it to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mhm.
You're right, with a tenant improvement, normally we look at that, and that's a change in use, so that can affect parking, but it normally doesn't affect the building footprint. It may affect traffic, and so normally that can be handled on an administrative level. Or if the code administrator does not feel comfortable with that, they can kick it up to Planning and Zoning. What you're talking about is to what extent, what is the parameters for it going to Planning and Zoning, and that's actually an area that I could use some help with as far as the code, whether it be like if there's a 20% addition, should then the Planning and Zoning Commission look at it. I haven't really addressed that. I've mainly addressed new commercial site plans, mainly because the code administrator right now has the approval and they can kick it up to the Planning and Zoning Commission if they choose to. But that is an area that I wanted to explore with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The last Planning and Zoning Commission, there were a couple people familiar with building and doing a lot of commercial projects, and they were very interested in reading the code first and then making their comments later, which is why I'm a little concerned that tomorrow night may be a little premature, considering that we have 3 new commissioners. But yes, those are excellent questions, and they do need to be addressed.
So let me go back just for a second for clarification on a new construction. So under the code now, if you're in a C1, you can go up to 10,000 square feet without being involved with the commission, because you don't need to have a
Right.
provisional permit.
Right, and you're
with
right.
C2,
Provisional permits do go.
and that's per building. So
Right.
you could have 10 buildings of 10,000 square feet and not have to go before the commission. In a C2 or highway corridor, if you have 30,000 square feet per building, you don't have to go before the commission. It's basically all within the staff. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct,
Okay,
and you're
and that's
right.
what you're going to change to say anything that requires of any size would have to come before the commission to look at all of those different aspects. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, because I'm finding that, you know, I'll take these to the departmental review committee meeting, and I don't feel like that enough questions are being asked, and it would really be nice if the Planning and Zoning Commission would provide the oversight, because with a new commercial building, there's a lot to look at, and it's just nice to have that oversight. And you're right, a provisional permit, if you go over those square footage limits, does require the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve those. So you're right, there is some oversight there.
Now, at what point would it come to the council? I'm trying to think of, for example, now if somebody's doing a 50,000 square foot building within the C2 zone, Is that required after the commission gets through it to come to the council for final approval or not?
You know, I don't have my code here.
I
I'm not
can't
sure.
remember, that's what I'm asking.
I don't think it does. I think unless it's appealed, and then it would go to the council, but if Jay could double check that, because I don't have my code with me.
Jake, that's fine, you can just do a memo to us later on if you want.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll try to find it while you're discussing, and if I do, I'll let you know.
Okay. Any further questions? One other thing, am I correct in saying that since this is just a zone change, so any development that would come in after the ordinance is changed in the way that you're trying to do it now with the commission, any development on this property would fall under those guidelines, and so this would not be a grandfathered in property because there is no plan for this development or plan for a development on this property.
That is correct. It's my understanding from the applicant that the owner does not even have a project in mind at this time.
So if it took a month or two to get the ordinance changed because of the newness of the commission, then the possibilities are that any new development on this property would probably be put on hold until those changes were made.
Well, we can't really count necessarily on that. I mean, it will go before the commission. They may have some changes. We may need to bring it back a couple times. And then after the commission approves, say that they approve it, then it will go to the town council. Town council may have some changes to the text as well. And we also have our legal notice time period, which is 15 days in the local newspaper prior to the public hearing. So it could actually take up to 6 months. I don't think that the applicant will have a project ready to go, but I can't guarantee that either. So you're right, it's not grandfathered in. This is just a rezoning. We're not rezoning for a project. That's what we're trying to avoid. On the other hand, right now, the way the code is so vague on this commercial site plan review, if I were still the code administrator, I would make the Planning and Zoning Commission review the site plan and give their approval. I don't know what somebody else will do taking on my position.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. Further questions? Pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for approval with the condition that as the code has not read currently with regards to conditions of a site approval plan by the Planning and Zoning Commission, but also to include that traffic study should any further projects be brought forth with this property.
Do I have a second? Okay, die for lack of a second. I have another motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to revisit Councilwoman Cantu's suggestion that we allow the process to work, and so my motion would be to allow P&Z to review the proposed code changes and then bring it back to the council, both the code changes and the applicant's request at that time.
I second that.
And for clarification, is that a tabling motion, Mr. Attorney?
Mr. Mayor and council members, it sounds like a tabling motion to me, and I need to remind you that this is a public hearing that's been noticed and once already continued. There's no prohibition against continuing it again, but in order to not have to redo all the notification requirements, if there's willingness on the part of the council, it should be continued to another date and time certain in order to not have to repost that notice. And I should state, or reiterate at least what Martha already said about the unknowns of that timeline, that the timeline that it's going to take to get proposed text amendments to the code through the Planning Commission, through the Town Council, is quite a bit of an unknown at this point. I'll also point out that I believe that Councilmember Gonzalez's motion intended to deal with that to a certain extent. So I don't know. With that, I'll kind of kick it back to the council for discussion.
Yeah, this is a tabling motion. There is no discussion. It's up or down. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
No.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
By a vote of 2 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, motion does not pass. We have another motion.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to the clarification from our attorney, I'd like to reiterate the same motion that I had already made, which is to allow this property to be zoned as C2 with the condition that any future development, as the code does not read right now, be outlined in a site plan and traffic study.
Do I have a second? I'll second for discussion. I would actually prefer, that we postpone a decision on this until the code is changed. And hoping that will be quickly. Now, that being said, though, in order for us to carry this motion forward, we have to set a date specific. And that may not be possible because we don't have a date specific for the change to the ordinance concerning review. So the alternative to that would be if we were to not be able to pass on this, would be to, if we get another tie, I guess I could rule from the floor that we have a stalemate and therefore it is denied. And it would have to go, then the process would have to go back to the Planning Commission to start again. Am I correct, Mr. Caldwell?
Yes, I think you are, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Gonzalez.
the one thing I think I would like to reiterate to this council and, general consensus among the feeling of this community is that this council has been closed for business. And for me, that's a huge concern because of the fact that, it's been reiterated that there is no project abroad, and I think putting the proper stipulations in place with this approval kind of clarifies some of that. And I just really, really hate to make the applicant go back through the planning and zoning process all over again for the sake of the time consequence. But not only with that, but the message we send to the broader whole of anybody trying to place development within this community. So that's my concerns, and I would really hope that council weighs on that aspect as well.
Okay. Mark, I can't let you speak unless a council member would ask for your...
Go ahead, Mark.
If it would be easier, I will withdraw the application until such a time as planning and zoning has passed the proper ordinances and then just reapply from scratch. I understand the dilemma you're facing here with approving something prior to the necessary changes at planning and zoning level. And if it would be simpler, I'll just withdraw the application at this point if that is allowed. So you don't have to vote.
I think the alternative to that,
I think that we have a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor has to be done away with one way or the other, and then the council will have to say whether or not they want you to withdraw your motion or not.
and so following up, I think the alternative to that would be to try and set a date. And by my calendar, Martha, it's the first Wednesday of each month that P&Z meets?
Yes, that is correct.
So given the newness of the new P&Z board and getting up to snuff, it's looking to me like maybe October 1st.
maybe.
Am I pushing it?
Well, but you know, just to clarify that for you, Councilmember, the legality is the commission would have to approve the change, then it would have to go for publication and public hearing on the commission side, and then once that is done, the recommendation would then come to the council for approval, and we would have to go through the public hearing process also. So that is where Martha's coming from to say it could be 6 months down the road before that is approved.
Or as early as November 11th? Just want to clarify those dates so we kind of have a fix.
I think it's 30-day notice.
It's a 15-day notice, but it ends up being longer than that because we need to advertise within the town newspaper. And then it's only with ordinances after they've been approved that there's that 30-day window there where they're kind of in limbo before they before it takes effect. So, but still, that's a pretty aggressive time frame that Councilor Hahn is proposing, given that you have a new commission and given some of the issues that Councilor Peralta has already alluded to. These code changes are not that straightforward. There's a lot of thought that needs to go into them. We can go ahead and, pass something and then refine it later. But my intent was to try and make it be as workable for the business community as possible from the very beginning, so that we don't have something like now where we're kind of having to look at applications in a gray area that gives a lot of uncertainty to the applicant.
Further discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Hahn?
I'd like to review that motion again, please.
Motion, Counselor, is the previous motion with regards to the approval with contingency that there is a site plan and traffic study done prior to any development.
No.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
No.
Okay. We have 2 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. Motion does not pass. Pleasure of the council.
I would like to make a motion to continue this, to accept your withdrawal of the application.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Is there discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
No.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
By a vote of 3 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, your application has been withdrawn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Next item on the agenda is a public hearing on Ordinance 14-10 regarding Historic Preservation Commission appointments, and I believe this has to do with length of appointment. Martha?
Right. The length of appointment and the staggering that we had discussed at the prior council meeting, we needed to legally advertise that. So we legally advertised that along with the Planning and Zoning Commission recently, but it's not ready to come before the council because we haven't had the legal period. So what we are reviewing today is the membership on the Historic Preservation Commission, and I do have a copy, but unfortunately it's on this floppy if we wanted to show the public what the proposed changes are. So it's more about the membership and their representation within the community and serving on the Historic Preservation Commission.
So this is not a public hearing, this is only informational?
No, this is a public hearing. It's just that the code change is different. It's basically what we're doing is we're saying the Historic Preservation Commission shall consist of 5 members appointed by the mayor with the consent of the town council. at least 2 of the members so appointed shall own property. And then what's been added to that, or what the proposed addition is, or operate a business, and then the old language was within a historic overlay zone. And then what's been added is, or represent a community organization providing service to the historic overlay zone. 2 of the members so appointed shall be property owners or own a business, which has been added within the town limits, or represent a community organization providing services to the historic overlay zone. And that's been added. And 1 of the members so appointed may be an at-large member. So currently, I don't think that made much sense. Currently, what the code reads is, at least 2 of the members so appointed shall own property within the historic overlay zone. 2 of the members so appointed may be property owners within the town limits, and 1 of the members so appointed may be an at-large member. So that's the current makeup of the Historic Preservation Commission. And because we were having trouble finding eligible candidates for the Historic Preservation Commission, we broadened the criteria for finding members. And so that's what this proposed ordinance is addressing. And I believe that you have the language before you on page 86, if that helps, of your council packet.
No, I have it in front of me, but...
And I know that we're trying to bring it up on the screen for the public.
Okay. So this doesn't change the term in office?
It does not change the term in office. That will be...
It just says who can serve.
Right.
The qualifications to serve.
Right. And that ordinance has, the term in office has been legally advertised, but the 15-day period has not gone by yet for proper notice. So that will be coming to you at a next, at I believe, your next council meeting.
Okay. Do you have anyone else right now in staff or that would want to make a presentation concerning this? Mr. Manager, Mr. Bellis? And this before I open it to public hearing, that's what I'm saying.
Not at this time. I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. So this is a published public hearing, so I'm going to open it up to anyone in the audience who may have concern or questions regarding this. Please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And questions from the council?
Move for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve the change in the language. Any discussion? Call for a vote.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes. By a vote of 4 in the affirmative, none of the negative, the ordinance is approved. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 7A, Contract TT 15-62, E911 Powers of Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. In your agenda packet is a proposed joint powers agreement between the Town of Taos, Taos County, Village of Cuesta, Village of Taos Ski Valley. This JPA arises as a result of a lengthy conversation that has taken place over the course of several meetings, including 2 joint meetings between the town and county, and as a result of several communications between the legal staff at the county and myself. I've tried to share drafts of the JPA to the extent possible with the council to take feedback, and what is before you today is what I'm calling the final version of the JPA. The JPA as presented meets all the criteria as described by the town and the county in a joint meeting that took place on April 10th. Since that time, it's been refined over time to clarify membership on the what is anticipated to be a board of directors of this joint powers entity, the oversight of the board of directors over the executive director, the county's participation as fiscal agent, overseeing the JPA, and several other minor questions that have come up over the course of time. Even as recently as yesterday, as the mayor pro tem will, I'm certain, indicate, there will always be the need to revisit things like this JPA, and as we discussed as far back as April, this would be a mere starting point with the idea that it would be refined over time to meet the needs of the parties going forward into this new structure. As of today, I believe the county, in this morning's county commission meeting, approved the form of JPA that's being presented to you, and it's my recommendation that this body approve the JPA in order to present it to DFA for approval, and in order to be able to consolidate this matter with a hopeful transition date of middle of December or January 1st at the latest. With that, I mean, I think this is a good opportunity to discuss, generally speaking, the status of this matter with regards to how the construction is going at the county, how the transition is going for purposes of establishing the hardware and the software, and the reality of the situation. I'm also certainly open to questions about the JPA, any of its terms, any of its provisions, and particularly some of the comments that the Mayor Pro Tem made to me yesterday and that we've tried to work through, albeit without making any changes to the proposed JPA.
Discussion. If I could, I have two problems with the JPA that I think are of major concern. And in the basic concept of the JPA, I don't have an issue with it. Okay, I think that it meets the needs that we have here. However, I think there is some clarification that needs to happen. And the first one concerns the reserve for capital improvements. Within the JPA, there is a provision that we agreed to that would have a minimum amount of money that would be put into depreciation, or what I would classify as funding depreciation. And that is $150,000 after the third year will be a minimum amount of money that will be in that fund. And each entity, by their agreed upon percentage that they will put in annually, will also support that fund if agreed to above the $150,000, but there shall be a minimum of $150,000 in that fund. My concern is with that is that, and this goes back to something that you harped on a couple of months ago, in concern of making sure that we fund depreciation so that we have money in there to do things that are necessary to make sure that we continue and not fall back on not having money to take care of improvements or upgrades or replacement when necessary. So the argument I made yesterday was that that's fine, let's have the $150,000, but we should also every year submit money into that fund and build it, so that in 5 years, when we need to replace a specific piece of equipment like we did this last year of $400,000, we have it and we don't have to go to our partners in this and say, oh, by the way, now you've got to come up with another $50,000 or everything's going to shut down. I would rather have the money there, similar to what we do with the landfill, in trying to build a fund that stays there to help when it's necessary to create a new cell. we've got to start being active to fund depreciation, and this is where I felt that we should do that. And the question came up yesterday, should there be a cap on that? And we talked about $500,000. That's one cap. I'm not going to say what that cap should be, but I still feel that we should put in there that everyone has to put in money, like they do for the operation, a certain amount of money to ensure that we have the funds there to replace, upgrade, or improve the equipment that we have so that we provide the best possible emergency services to our community. That's why I say there. Now, that's the first issue. The second issue I have concerns the capital equipment that is going to be taken from each entity and placed into the JPA. I feel that there's not sufficient language to tell us how that's going to operate. We had one issue here about a year and a half ago where some equipment went down, a repeater went down, and we had to fix it, so we fixed it. The repeater belonged to the village of Cuesta. The fixing of that fell on the shoulders of everyone. The way the JPA is written, all of that will become common property for all the entities, and therefore, whoever's, and the majority of the repeater equipment out there, by the way, that's talked about being put in here, belongs to county entities. The way it's structured is that we will share 50-50 with the county to repair, maintain, and keep that equipment going for all the entities. My problem, though, is, and I didn't mention this to you yesterday, Jake, is that the $680,000 that is in the operational budget does not, from my looking at the budget, have the money in there to take care of that equipment, maintain it, improve it, so forth. And this is where I feel the budget is short, and the budget actually should be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $700,000 if we're going to do that. So the way the JPA is written, if we fall short of monies, they can come back to all the entities and ask you to go into your pocket and pick up money and put more money into the project to keep it operating in the black. I just feel that we should be anticipating some of those things and therefore provide funding to take that burden, that unfunded mandate, away from us in the beginning or down the road and have it available to take care of that as we go along and not surprise anybody by something that might happen. And so I'm just saying, if Murphy's Law is going to play, it's going to play. And I would like to do something in the JPA that provides a hedge on Murphy's Law. And I'll stand for questions.
Mayor Pro Tem, Conrad, could you come up here? And I'm asking our IT director because between himself, myself, and Richard Sanchez, we were the project team on the county side. But as regards the equipment that will be physically in the building, which include the consoles, furniture, radios, the one exception, I believe, is going to be the Cassidian, which we're bringing over. All of that equipment will be under warranty for a period of time, but there is a, as I recall, it was a 5-year maintenance schedule, and there was actually a cost to that for providing that built into the operational budget. The other item that you're referring to in the repeater towers, there was $75,000, as I recall. I can double check on that. But while I was there was repairs done to several of the towers, and one of the reasons that the town and the county agreed to that transfer of the responsibility for the repeaters is that the county receives the Homeland Security grant every year, and that was a ready source of money to do annual upgrades on all of those towers. There was also by advanced communications an assessment of the condition of all the towers and a schedule developed for the work by priority and year as to be maintained. And the source of that money was intended to be the Homeland Security money, or if it exceeded the normal appropriation, that the county could put in a special request for that. There's clearly never any guarantee that any source of public money is going to last forever. But I wanted to give that as by way of background, as well as to say that at the current time we have in the reserve about $200,000 that we would transfer to the county. That's more or less, it'll be at least $150,000. There's some disagreement between the town and the county right now as to what's owed for the past year. And it'll be my position to the council that if we can't reconcile that, that we take the difference out of the reserve. And then we also have an estimate to come out of that reserve, and I'll defer to council on this, and an understanding with the county that the employees at the time of transfer to the county will be paid out for any outstanding benefits that they're owed for leave out of that fund, not out of the town's operating funds. But I just wanted to provide that background. And Conrad, please correct me, because I know you had more current information than I did.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Bellis, I believe everything that you said is correct to this point. I really don't have anything more to add to that, so it's pretty accurate, and I think there's really not a whole lot to add to that. But
And I understand that, and this is why I look at it and saying for the next 3 to 5 years we're okay, but in 3 to 5 years we're going to have a big ticket, and it could be even bigger if Homeland Security money goes away. Federal dollars, you've seen over the years how many times they don't create a budget. And so I'm just trying to say that we need to do our homework and do our due diligence to ensure that we protect what we're looking at in the future. That's all I'm saying. And I'm looking at it from the standpoint of saying that's what we need to look at. What those numbers are, I don't know. I can give a guesstimate just as well as other people in the room can give a guesstimate. But I think that we should be looking at it from the standpoint that we don't create the argument in the future if we have to replace a tower because lightning blew it up and it's not covered under our insurance or whatever, that we have sufficient funds in there to be able to do that without having to go back against people's already stretched, thinned budgets. And particularly when we're looking at what Councilmember Hahn has been talking about, we need streets fixed. And so I don't want to be taking from the streets if we can pre-fund the depreciation that may happen for our future needs in the 911 center. So that's just my position and my feeling. The council may have some other difference on that, but I'm just pointing out my concern going into this in the future. And all of this has to do with a lot of conversation, a lot of experience over the years in what can happen and what doesn't happen, and how people say, well, I really didn't agree to that when I signed that JPA because it's vague. And so we can always argue about that, and we can always come into fighting that legally, but I just like to have it very clear and plain so that we don't have those arguments, so we can go about our business in the proper manner. And it's always in the best interest of the community for us to do that, and this is all I'm asking.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe regarding the maintenance schedule that the manager spoke about, from what I remember, the maintenance schedule started at about $93,000 for the second year, because the first year the equipment was under warranty. Thereafter, it progressively increased, and by year 5, it was at about $115,000. And anything beyond that, there would probably be another provision to go on to year 6 and above that. But as the equipment gets older, obviously the maintenance also increases. The other thing the maintenance doesn't include, because the maintenance only covers the Motorola, equipment, including the consoles. It doesn't include, for instance, like the tower that you mentioned, and it wouldn't also include maintenance on the CAD system, which was a totally different system that was going to be addressed on a different contract. And that maintenance is, I can't remember what the cost on that maintenance per year was, but that would be something else to be addressed. But I do believe that if, for instance, the tower does collapse, you have something catastrophic, that there is not something in place to replace that off the top, and you would need some reserve capital to erect a new tower. But then again, if you have something like that happen, it's going to take you, 2 months to get a tower erected, because they're not an overnight thing.
And I understand that, but it could be 6 months if we don't have the money there to even repair it within the 2 months.
You are correct.
And that's my concern. I want to make sure, or my feeling is that we have the money there to do it up front, so that if we have to have that $100,000 or $120,000 to do those repairs, we are there. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Fellow councilors, I think what I'm hearing from Councilor Peralta is the fact that during this whole process, it's always been, especially for me, about public safety and enhancing that public safety. And I think I have concerns with regards to funding at the same level, because then we offer the same line of service. Again, tower goes down and we take 6 months to get it erected. That sole liability is going to fall back on this governing body. And I say that with liability because of the fact that we could be sued for a repeater tower not working properly or being down in the event of loss of life. So I think it's extremely important that we do create the rainy day fund within the ECC commission, just because of that specific factor, even just equipment upgrades at a time when we're maybe not in DFA's queue to do that. So, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I, for one, can definitely echo the sentiment that Councilor Peralta is saying. And I tasked this governing body, along with the Joint Powers Agreement players, that they too take this issue as seriously as possible, because it is human life that we're dealing with. And I think all of us are entitled to picking up that phone and knowing that help truly is on the other line, and not being routed out to Red River or somewhere else where help is distant, or not getting a response at all. So I think it's extremely important of us right now, especially because we're in the thick of this, that we get it done and we get it done right.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Gonzalez, I believe also that one thing that we really haven't really looked at too is that this reserve fund also include the ability to pay employees should there be lack of funding coming in later on in the future. You would also have additional money to pay employees to continue the operation of the 911 center also. So that's something to also consider.
This is a position that I came up with a couple of months ago. We talked about, Jake, that there should be a reserve fund also within the operations for any shortfall, such as you talk about monies to upgrade the salaries of employees as they progress in their education and their certifications. I don't think that this budget accounts for that. And so this is where I'm feeling that there should be two reserve funds, one for equipment and also one for operations. It's not there, but it is something that we should be aware of, and I appreciate you bringing that forward.
Mr. Mayor and council members, let me try to kind of paint a broad picture of where this stands. As I said earlier, this version of the JPA has been approved by the county today. I think there is some urgency in getting a JPA approved in order to get it to DFA and not jeopardize the timeline we're all working under. And I'm not saying that to undermine the comments. I think these are very, very valid comments and very valid suggestions. In fact, at one point, the original version of this JPA didn't establish minimum operating reserve accounts or capital reserve accounts, and it was largely based on these comments that those have been incorporated. In fact, there are 2 reserve accounts now required by this JPA, one being an operating reserve and one being a capital equipment reserve. Now, the real crux is, is a $150,000 minimum enough? And I believe what's being suggested is no, it's not. And B, do we need to stall this negotiation while we work on that issue? And that's really in your hands at this point. It's my suggestion that we pass the JPA and continue the conversation. The whole underlying basis of this newly created entity is that it be governed by a technical board of directors, and it is that board of directors that, in my opinion, should be advising you and the county and the other partners about how much should be placed in that reserve. Keep in mind, the $150,000 is a minimum. It by no means serves as a cap. It by no means limits what can go in that reserve or what perhaps should go in that reserve. And it should be the board of directors consisting of actual members of the public safety community to assess the needs of that capital equipment reserve and to make those recommendations when you prepare your budgets on an annual basis. So, I mean, I of course can only offer advice from the legal perspective, and I think what you must be able to read between the lines is that I think it's important to get a JPA passed, notwithstanding the valid concerns and valid issues that have been raised. And I want to make clear that these conversations are going to have to keep happening no matter what. I mean, there is just no perfect JPA that's going to be achieved, and there is no history of a perfect JPA being achieved. The regional entities that we look to model these things have all gone through several amendments to their JPAs. That is just the fact of the matter. Again, through no disrespect to the comments today, I think these are things that can be dealt with and are dealt with and will in fact be deferred and maybe even empower the board of directors of the JPA entity with going through this thought process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Other questions, comments?
I have a question. As
Councilmember Cantu?
this is still a learning experience and new for me as a new council person. Say we went ahead and passed this JPA today, but Councilman Peralta, those are excellent things that you brought to our attention. Is this something that amendments could be attached upon passing today, if that's what everybody does?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Cantu, so if there is an approved JPA, once approved, it'll go to DFA for its approval. There is a process to present amendments to that JPA to DFA for further approval, and if those amendments could be achieved prior to submission to DFA, they could be incorporated or submitted in the place of this JPA should they be achieved in time. I mean, I do want to kind of keep in mind the need to have DFA approval well enough in advance of the transition to make everyone feel comfortable. So I know this is sort of a long-winded answer to your question, but yes, there's certainly provision to have amendments approved by DFA. Of course, those amendments cannot be unilateral. Our amendments would have to be approved by the county and all the other parties to the JPA before they would be considered by DFA.
The short answer to this, to your question, is this council can make amendments to the JPA, and those amendments with the JPA would be presented to the county, and they could either adopt them or reject them, and then it would come back to us for approval or reamendment or whatever. I think the concern that Mr. Caldwell has, and probably what Mr. Bellis has, is delaying this JPA for any period of time could be detrimental to to getting the process finished in the move from the current location to the county. And because I believe in my discussion, we talked about that the county is basically kind of waiting for us to approve this so that they can continue with their contracts that they have for the equipment that is necessary to go forward. That doesn't necessarily mean that we have to approve it. You know, I think that the council has to be cautious and be aware of all the things that the possibilities and quirks to this JPA and making then an educated decision on how they would like to move forward. And that's up to you. You know, I'm only here to give my opinion and what I feel, and it's up to you to take it or not take it and move on or make adjustments. It's up to you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I did,
Mr.
along the lines that you were addressing on the financial considerations under finances on page 5 of 12. I did have a concern, and I believe council is aware of this, and that I've mentioned it to the council members as well, in that currently we pay our director, part of her compensation is through the provision of a house, provide lodging for her, and clearly that agreement has to end with her transfer to be an employee of the county. And that is not allocated for in this budget of $680,000. Additionally, we gave a 25-cent increase to all of those staff. Now, we have been operating slightly under the budget for this year. Some of that is, well, most of it is due to the fact that we've been understaffed throughout that process. But as you're also aware, we've discussed during the budget hearings that once we are in the new facility and that staff becomes trained in the equipment and software and gets their medical certifications, and we have a fire certified dispatcher, those folks will be fair game. And if there is no money in this budget to compensate for that, I have a concern about that we will be taking an unexpected hit or be using up those reserves that are in this budget very quickly. And I find that short-sighted to not plan for that. We have certainly bought ourselves from some time and accommodated the county in its budget by pushing that training deadline back and their being in the building being pushed back. But clearly that's going to have to happen no later than January, and this contract states that we are fixed to this budget for any portion of the current fiscal period and the following fiscal year. And these changes, no doubt, will have to occur before the expiration of that year and a half or 2 years.
Councilman Gonzalez.
Mr. Bellis, Mr. Caldwell, I do have some questions with regards to that very statement, in that, you know, I have huge concerns with training individuals for them to leave us, especially at town's expense. So is there a way through the JPA or in the governing board's purview that if their training is paid for by government dollars or the JPA's dollars, is there a non-compete clause that would require them to stick around for a certain period of years of service, irregardless? Because I know it's going to happen. And I know they're going to get trained, and then a month later they'll be in Los Alamos or Santa Fe, you know, demanding a higher wage, but on the benefit of the city. So is there anything that we have within our purview through that JPA to create that?
First, let me clarify before turning it over to council that one of the caveats of that is that the money used for training doesn't come from the town or the members of the JPA. It's actually provided by the state.
I think the question is, to you, is, you know, once they are trained, isn't there a requirement that there be an adjustment to their pay based upon their certification? And now I know that's within the town. Would that not also be within the county?
The county does not currently have that requirement because the job descriptions for these employees has not been implemented yet. So they would be county personnel subject to county compensation rules. And Mr. Attorney? Can you address Councilman Gonzalez's question about whether there is some prohibition that could be placed in regards to restricting people to leave paid with monies to obtain certifications?
Yeah, I can try to. It's not going to be a very satisfactory answer. Those types of provisions are very difficult to enforce, frankly. We could try to have some clawback provision, and this would have to be adopted through a personnel policy that was approved both at the level of the board of directors of this newly created entity and by the county, that would attempt to claw back the monies expended for those training purposes, though, as Mr. Bellis says, those monies didn't originate from the town or the county in the first place. You know, really the right thing to do is to pay them more money when they get certified and to create a work environment that they don't want to leave. And I'd be reluctant to suggest that there is a better way of dealing with that issue than that.
And this is where I was coming, you know, in my question to you, Mr. Bellis, is that, in other words, if you're going to train these people and you're going to certify them, they're not going to want to work for the pay that they're getting today. I mean, I wouldn't, you wouldn't. Mm-hmm. And so in your comments then about the budget, you know, there's a shortfall in that budget being able to meet these demands that are going to be there in the future. Am I correct?
From an operational sense, that's my belief, because this is a flat budget that was designed on our operational expenses now. And again, Conrad, I can defer to you, but this would not include beyond the personnel, it would not include the incremental increases in the cost of the maintenance of the equipment. And I shouldn't say the maintenance of the equipment, the maintenance agreement, the warranty for the agreement, for the equipment, which I believe goes up every year.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mr. Bellis, I think that's why it's important that I think we stress to the powers of the members of the powers agreement that we continually increase that budget, because as we've addressed just recently with our payment and classifications plan, that, you know, we need to continually adjust to cost of living increase as well as, you know, other aspects. And I think we have a great dispatch response center staff, but at the same point, we don't have the money to fund and pay the way we should, as they do in other communities. And that's where our biggest loss is going to come from. So I think it's extremely important that we all really, you know, realistically look at whether or not that budget is adequate. I mean, and to have a state-of-the-art facility doesn't do us any justice if we don't have anybody to run it. So I think it's an extremely important aspect of this JPA.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just add one additional element to this conversation, that is that, you know, it's true that this JPA and the discussions going back at least to April were using the $680,000 figure as a starting point. That issue has been discussed since then. It's not necessarily found common ground, it doesn't seem to me. As it stands, the JPA as presented provides for a sort of a starting point $680,000 budget, but then states that, or leaves room based on whether the board of directors recommends another budget that then is approved by the governing bodies. And really, I mean, I guess the question I'm posing for your consideration is whether this is something that you're going to be able to reach an agreement on between now and the end of this calendar year in order to prepare for the preparation of a budget for the 2015-2016 fiscal year, which is when this all starts to become relevant. And I don't know the answer to that question.
But am I not correct, and Mr. Bellis, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this $680,000 budget is for this year and next year, any portion of this year when we go into it, and then the following year. which means that in the 15-16 budget, this ain't going to work. I mean, and just from your comments, Mr. Bellis, that this isn't going to work.
Pro Tem, I think
and I'm going to ask you one more question, then you can respond to all of this. And you can say, I will or I won't. From your perspective, how much is this budget short? Taking into consideration all of the things that you think are going to be happening in the next year that need to be funded.
Marietta, do you remember what the original amount was that we had proposed and then was reduced?
Well, the original amount that we proposed was $740,000.
740.
And I believe that Marietta and I, in projecting forward and meeting with Amity, anticipated that $740,000 actually would be needed with the increases to the staff.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and answer the other part of the question.
I just wanted to say I do agree with Mr. Caldwell in the sense that while it does bind us to that first 2 fiscal years, there's nothing in here that really makes that so that it couldn't be modified. At any time, the governing bodies, we could make this argument, we could pass this agreement today, and we could make that argument, and we could adjust the budget accordingly. On the other hand, I also agree with Mr. Caldwell that this is something that Conrad and myself argued when we were at the county, that there was more money needed, and didn't get any traction with it. And we certainly haven't gotten any traction with it at our joint meetings since then. So I'm not sure that's going to change until, unfortunately, it's one of those things that hits the wall, and then everybody's got to deal with it. I think as the town, we should plan accordingly, that the reality is going to happen. The one piece of advice I would give you is that if the county chooses that direction and backs itself into the wall and doesn't have the money, those at the town and the other members who felt that the emergency 911 GRT tax was the way to go to pay for the whole system probably will have leveraged themselves a better position with the county commissioners at that point.
The only issue there then is politically, can we get it passed? But I think that, you know, this has been the position of the council for the last year and a half in looking at the numbers and saying, you know, we got to budget this thing properly. Now, one of the things that the council can do, and keep this in mind for future budget retreats, is that we look at what is really needed from our side of it and budget for that, in anticipation that it may come to be that we have to have those kind of funds to fund this program. So there's 2 ways of doing it: making an amendment to change the budget now, or within our own budgeting process that we budget what we think it should be and live with the contract until it explodes.
That was the reason.
Councilmember Hahn.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, how soon can we expect the new board of directors to be in action? One of our goals was to depoliticize this, and this board, I think, the proposed board is fair and representative. And I would like to empower them and let them know of our concerns and task them with these 3 issues right off the bat: employee compensation, the capital reserve, the capital and reserve funds, and to report back to the council and the commission to guide us as we start rolling into budget hearings in 2015. How soon will the BOD take effect?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Hahn, as written, the JPA will go into effect on the later of 2 happenings, one being approval by DFA and the other being the actual cessation of operations at the current location and commencement of operations at the county location. So that's really the date and time that the board of directors carries any legal standing. Until then, However, I should make clear that we know who's going to be on the board of directors, and there's no reason those individuals can't start talking to each other about how they're going to approach these things. I mean, this is going to be a pretty big moment in time to formalize as a board and to start holding these meetings and do it pursuant to all the Open Meetings Act and other transparency regulations that are in place, and to make decisions in the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare. And so I certainly would encourage those conversations to start happening. But to answer your question, it's that date, probably, let's say January 1st, that it will actually become fully empowered.
Thank you.
Further questions? Pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, fellow councilors, I'd like to move that we approve contract TT, the E911 Joint Powers Agreement, with the caveat that we request that the board begin meeting with all due notice to begin to address these three issues and report back to us.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second for discussion. Would you please clarify in your motion the three areas that you want to be looked at?
The three areas that I would suggest that the Board of Directors look at is employee compensation, given their increased training to address Councilman Gonzalez's concern, and then the two concerns addressed by Councilman Peralta, the capital equipment and reserve funds potential shortfall. So those three areas: employee compensation, the reserve, capital equipment.
Mr. Caldwell, help me just real quick with the 1/12th reserve for operations. Does that go into effect immediately, or is that one of those that's on that 3-year cycle along with the reserve for capital?
A second.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the operating reserve must be fully funded. The 1/12th reserve must be fully funded by the beginning of the second fiscal year of operation, and the capital equipment reserve by the beginning of the third fiscal year of operation.
So the 1/12th then, if operations start January 1, the reserve would have to be in place by the end of, or the beginning of fiscal year 17.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I actually think it would have to be in place by the beginning of the 15-16 fiscal year, because we're counting in this JPA any partial fiscal year as sort of being the equivalent of a fiscal year.
Okay, but didn't you indicate 2 years?
It's for the operating reserve, it's by the beginning of the second fiscal year of operation. So technically the first
so that would be July of 2015.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Bellis, you indicated that there would be some carryover funds that would be transferred into that. See, 1/12th of that would be about 90,000.
Probably of the 68, yeah. Of the 680, I think I budgeted like 670 some thousand for the current one. So say 90, because you're going to probably increase that budget somewhat.
What is the number of the budget that we're operating under right now? I mean, I realize the county isn't putting in their full share, but what are we working under?
We ended up spending 672,000, so close to the 680
No, I'm talking about for this fiscal year.
For this fiscal year, it's the 680, plus an additional 38,000 that we're using for capital expenditures. But that's not figured into the 680 right now for the separation. So it's 680.
So the only thing that we budgeted for this fiscal year was our half of the 680?
No, we budgeted the whole 680. We put half the year us running it, the other half the county running it. All the employees, but we
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that our half is half of 680,
Yes.
320,000.
Yes.
Or 340,000.
Yes.
Okay. So from our funds, that's what we budgeted.
Yes.
Is that what we?
That's correct.
That's
Okay,
correct.
we didn't budget any more than that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
And Marietta, while you're here, do you know what the amount of the reserve is on the account at this point?
Right now, we have 155,423 coming into the new year. So after everything's said and done, we should end up roughly 137 because we had a capital expenditure. So looking at that 137 at the end, if it's January 1st, after we pay out whatever leave is owed to these employees and whatever agreement we have with the county that they didn't pay for this year, probably 100,000, I'm saying. I'm just estimating. That would go to the county for, well, if that's a condition, the
Well,
reserve requirement.
It would go to the parties to make a determination how they want that split, whether they want it in capital or they want it in operational reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask a question here. Mr. Caldwell, would it be proper as part of, not part of this amendment, part of this motion, but a second motion and amendment, not amendment, but a MOU to the county to allow the board to start immediate operations to look at all of these issues that we're talking about right away, and so by an MOU we could get them started rather than anything else and get that approved as a operating agreement?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I think an MOU would be an appropriate vehicle. I mean, of course, we can't mandate the respective members to do it, but I honestly can't see any reason why they wouldn't be willing to.
But I think this would be the best way to speak to the county and the other partners to bring people to the table to start the discussion of what we're looking at for the future. Because when we start January 1st in the new location, it doesn't give us much time to look at a budget for the following year or to consider the operational needs or what might be taking place in the next 6 months from January 1st. And having this group working from now to help with that, I think, would be the best way to do it. And I'm just feeling that the best approach to this would be an MOU to say, yeah, we agree to let these people come together, because then it becomes an operational agreement rather than an approval of something that isn't binding in the JPA.
I think it's a good idea.
So, any further discussion? Call for vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
By a vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the motion passes. Now the chair will entertain a motion to create an MOU to allow the board as defined in the JPA to be able to come together and immediately start putting together their advice to the members for the coming budget year.
So moved, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Being none, call for a vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
By a vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the MOU is approved. Next item on the agenda is contract TT 1561 with Daniel Stevens and Associates. Mr. Bellis.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would ask at this time, since I think almost all of the people in the audience are here for the same item, which is the discussion of the farmers market. If council would consider moving up that item at this time.
I will allow it, but I'm going to set the ground rules. And the ground rules are there will be no input from the public unless asked for by a commissioner. We've had an awful lot of emails, an awful lot of discussion on this already, and I think the council needs to make their decision, and only if they need some information from the public will it be allowed. And I will not allow for any outbursts. No clapping, no booing, no screaming or hollering. If that happens, I will clear the chambers. So please, if we can keep it this way, I think we can get this taken care of in an expedient manner, and it will show, I believe, the sentiments of the community. Thank you. So if the council is in favor, we shall move up item 9A as the next order of business.
So moved.
Members of the
Mayor.
council. Have a motion, to have a second.
I'll second that.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We're open for discussion from the council.
Something that we ran on, well, Councilman Hahn, Dan, and myself was revitalization of the plaza, revitalization of the Azteca. We wanted change, and one of the things is that until we try it, we're not going to know anything that's going to cause the problems, anything that needs to be changed, the way the public feels, the sentiment, and since you're all sitting in the audience, you've all experienced a farmer's market in the plaza, and it's been a difficult thing because there's opposition, there's people who are for it, and there's got to be a win-win situation with everybody, the merchants who are opposing it and everybody else, and I believe it is overwhelmingly popular. So there has to be, we have to find that middle ground. We absolutely have to. And I was hoping that, Marco, you could answer some questions that I have. Or even guide me in recommendations that I have. But should this stay in the plaza, you know, everybody needs to have that happy solution. One of the things I've been seriously considering is reopening the plaza, and in order to make that happen, we would need to get some of the vendors to different locations and to I'm not sure what the word is, but to put more people in the center, but to also make use of the alleyways, maybe Juan Largo, Teresina, behind the old county courthouse. And something that's come to my attention is that, oh, well, we would lose them because it would break up the market. But we have to find a solution that's going to work for everybody. And we've had a lot of the businesses in the surrounding area in support of it because their businesses are gaining from this. Mm-hmm. And Dunn House, Bent Street, some of the Ladue and other areas have written to us that it's working wonderful. And putting some of the vendors, even possibly on Bent Street, and we haven't discussed this with Bent Street, but it's just an idea I want to pass by everybody. It would get people walking from the plaza to Bent Street because they do that regardless. It would make for the long term, if we put the vendors throughout this whole area, I think it would be a win-win situation, and we would get the plaza reopened so that it wouldn't, cause any problems for the merchants who are having a problem with it. And also utilizing the parking lot at Town Hall and strictly enforcing this, and the Taos Community Auditorium as well for vendors to park there, which would open up the Dunn parking lot for tourists, for locals who want to visit the market. And I was wondering if you could pass that through the vendors, and if there could be some discussion now while we're here in this meeting with my fellow council people here, because I love it there, and it brings life. It does revitalize the plaza, but I don't want to have deaf ears upon the people it's affecting, and that's the immediate merchants in the center. So can you give me sort of your thoughts on what I've said?
Sure, I'd be delighted to. I think everybody has noticed that Saturday mornings at the plaza has turned into an amazing community event. At last count, we had 600 to 750 people this last Saturday. People from all walks of life, locals, tourists, children to grandparents. It's an amazing experience. And I think that it's appropriate in the plaza because the plaza is the heart of Taos. I think that one of the reasons why people aren't just coming and buying their groceries and going away the way they used to
Hold on.
at Town Hall. Yes?
I'm not going to let you ramble. You need to address her question.
Okay.
Please.
What I'm trying to address is the notion of dispersing the market away from the plaza. It's kind of like having a wedding. Everybody wants to be close enough to feel the presence of all the other people who are there. It's a community event, and I think that what we're seeing that's working right now is that there is this wonderful sense of people gathering together who don't normally get together all the time. Tourists certainly recognize it when they get a chance to interact with locals. People who are buying groceries get a chance to shake hands with the people that grew their food.
Okay. Be more specific.
Certainly. I think that there's plenty of opportunities for us to discuss how the market might percolate out from the plaza, but I think that the major question that's being raised here is how do we address the needs of everybody who wants to use the plaza during that time, basically from 8 o'clock till 2 o'clock. And, like I said, we have hundreds of people who are already coming there now. And for the shop owners who aren't happy about having all these people in the plaza, I frankly would like to know more about what the specific objections are. I have a marketing business in addition to being the market manager for the Taos Farmers Market. People spend a lot of money marketing and advertising to try to bring people to the proximity of their business. We're delighted to be able to bring those people to the plaza, and research shows that they're going out and spending money at the shops around.
Question is, will it work to disperse the vendors amongst the different areas around the plaza? Please answer that question.
I think more research would need to be done about that. I think the important thing
Would
is...
your vendors want to move away from the plaza and be on Juan Largo or any of the other Bent Street or any other places?
I would have to talk to them, but my feeling as the market manager is that there's a lot of synergy with the vendors being with one another, and it would cause a hardship for people to have to travel further distances to find the grocers that they like to buy from. When the market's setting up in the morning...
I think you've answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you. you have any further questions, Councilmember Cantu?
Would they, I think for the long term, we need to come up with a plan for long term, if it's going to stay there at all, for everybody to win-win. And to get your vendors to agree to a park farther distances to open up the parking lot for the tourists.
I'm committed to working with you and with the town to come up with a plan that everybody understands, where the vendors step back to let the public come in. We want the public to feel like they have all kinds of access. That's why we spoke to U.S. Bank, and they've generously opened up their parking lot for a handicap-only access. So it's right there on the plaza. And I've spoken to my vendors about clearing the north side of the plaza there, so no vendors are parking there. It's only for the public. And I'm totally happy and committed to working to, spread that message and, use my authority to talk to vendors who, need to be reminded that they need to park further away.
Any of you fellow councilmen have comments?
Thank you, Council. Not for this. Thank you, Paul.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I guess I do have concerns with moving it entirely or moving vendors off the plaza because of that, and really because it's just such a short amount of time that they're there anyway. Saturdays are, from 7 to 2. And, it's one Saturday a weekend, and it only happens during the selling season. This isn't a year-round thing, and I can completely sympathize with the shop owners as we did with regards to craft fairs. And I have to argue the fact that this has nothing to do with any type of merchandise that's sold in the plaza. The real aspect of this for me was bringing back a community base to the plaza. I wanted to see a vibrant plaza again with things happening. It's the reason I attend every Saturday there with my wife and kids, because it's a place to get to catch up. And, alongside that, I've spent probably more money in Nambe in the last, since the farmers market's been open, simply because of the fact that we're there. And I think it creates the sentiment that this council does care about the community aspect of revitalization. And I have to look beyond the fact that it's just the merchant owners that reside within the plaza, because as taxpayers we all pay for it in some way or another, and that's the upkeep of the plaza. And you see the vibrance with Taos Plaza Live and some of the community-minded events that have happened there. I'd love to see that plaza utilized even more. I'd love to see movies on the plaza, for example.
Yeah.
With family events. I don't want it to end at the farmers market. At the same point, I don't want to put a hindrance on the merchants either. But it is public space owned by you, the people, us, the people. And it's just, one of those things where we as councilors have been tasked to make that decision on behalf of you guys with public input. And I've had a fair share of public input, and I would have to say that it's probably 300 to 1 in favor of the of merchants or individuals wanting the farmers market to stay on the plaza. So I, for one councilor, have no desire to see it move. I think it makes sense. I think it's really, really good, not only economically, but for collaboration of this community to come together. And in fact, to the point that I've seen that true triculturalness come out in this community, that's not attended by any one demographic. It's really shared and respected by all members of this community. And I think it's a great gathering place for everybody. So, those are my sentiments. I don't know where the rest of this council feels, but I think having everybody in one space it makes more sense than separating them out.
No. You don't get to respond. Councilmember Hahn?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And this is, I just want to point out to the audience, a marked difference from the way we usually have conducted in the past hearings. And I respect that, and that's the Mayor Pro Tem's prerogative. Pending your approval and the council's approval, there are a number of people I would like to call up, particularly Mayor Pro Tem, individuals that have conducted research. Do I have your approval to call them up?
You have the floor, council member. You can call up anyone you like.
Thank you. So in the fairness, in the spirit of openness, transparency, and fairness, I would like to, I think, Lynn Fitzgerald, I see you in the audience, and I believe you may have some data you want to share with the audience. Miss Lynn Fitzgerald. Thank you, Lynn.
Quick question?
No.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, if he asks you a question, you can come back, okay?
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Am I coming across up there?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. A survey was conducted when, I believe it was after about a month that the farmers market was in the plaza. There was some concern that the parking spaces were being lost, and that the impact of the market is from 7 until 3, because you have to consider setup and takedown, and people have evaluated the time frame and they leave about 3 o'clock. That's a big period of time to have traffic not being normally flowing into the plaza. And then the bus issue was another issue. So the survey we put out went out to 30 members. Those are the ones that responded. So it probably went out to more than that. I don't have that figure. And in the ones that responded, I believe it was 24 had said they'd like it moved back to the town hall, or be moved. There was no specification where, and then 6 had said they wanted it to stay. Some people have certain products which are fast response products, and they seem to be doing quite well with this increased traffic, which is very good. But the problem is that so much of the parking, I guess there's 76 parking spaces in that area, and the majority of them are lost during this period of time. Parking spaces that are remaining are free, which up to this time, I believe a lot of the farmers have been parking in those spaces. So you don't get this flow in and out of the plaza for merchandising purposes for the people who pay rent there and the farmers market. So it would seem that if I believe a prior person who handled crafts fairs spoke very eloquently at the marketing meeting, and he said, we used to do craft fairs, we had the traffic open around the plaza, and all the people were contained inside the plaza, and it worked. And I don't know his numbers, but it would seem that this group could do the same thing, and then that movement could exist. We love the farmers market. I love the farmers market. And the key is you've got 2 very active retail events that are somehow thrown into the same area. If you can work out the details and the parameters of how everyone can benefit, then yes, do that. But I think the issues with the buses and with the parking and with how these 2 entities can coexist is really, really critical. And I think closing down the parking spaces is very tricky, and having free spaces, because you don't have turnover and movement and flow of commerce. So I understand way back when the alley improvement project was built, that was built. The grants were stipulated that would allow more movement from Bent Street and going through to the plaza and out. So that's kind of an interesting issue of having it go to Teresina and Juan Largo. I think it'd be pretty wonderful, but it would create that movement that we're always trying to get between the different portions of the historic district.
Thank you, Lynn. So of these 30 businesses, and there are close to 50 on the plaza.
Yes, that's right.
So not everyone was surveyed.
I think some people didn't want to survey, and I'm not sure the parameters of the physicality of it. I worked on the
And
document.
do you have copies of this survey to distribute to the council so they can see exactly how the questions were posed?
I believe everybody got a copy, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
We had a packet at the last marketing meeting that was distributed. I think, Mr. Bellis, you got one too, and the mayor got one. Is that right?
I'm not sure.
Well, we would definitely resend it if you wish.
No, I received one, and I believe.
All right.
We all got one.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Thank you.
Other
Lynn.
questions?
Okay.
Thank you, Lynn. I'd like to call Miss Nina. I'm going to mispronounce your name, Nina. Matisek.
Thank you. Mayor, Council members, Hi, I'm Nina Matishak. I have a home in Taos off Camino Mondragon, and I also am a business owner on the West Plaza Drive. After the last marketing meeting, where there was a lot of yelling and screaming, it was really disturbing to me. I felt like the people were not being heard, and so I went back and started a petition online, and I'd like to give the results of that petition.
Would you state the petition,
yes,
please?
I will do that, and I do have copies here. The petition reads, excuse me, sorry. To the Town of Taos council members, Judy Cantu, Fritz Hahn, Fred Peralta, and Andrew Gonzalez, Town of Taos Mayor Dan Barrone, and Town Manager Rick Bellis. Am I speaking loud enough?
Yes.
Thank you. We, the undersigned, support the Taos Farmers Market staying in its current location on the historic Taos Plaza for the remainder of the market season of 2014. And then I did an online one as well. And the online petition, it says, it says we support Taos Farmers Market staying in the plaza. I like to keep things simple.
Okay.
As of 12 o'clock today, we had 813 signatures and 136 comments. And I'd be happy to read some of the comments, but it sounds like that's not necessary. So 813 people, 488 were online, and that's through a CARE 2 petition, and 352 were a physical petition that we took 2 times down to the market. So in 12 days, we've secured 813 signatures. I just went over it briefly, but 65 to 70% of those were local, and 30 to 35% were visitors. So it's showing that visitors do also support the market on the plaza. And many of those visitors had visited at the library location and really did prefer the plaza. Would you like me to read some of the comments?
No, unless Councilmember Hahn wants to listen to them.
Nina, I appreciate that, but thank you, no. And here's the reason why.
Yes.
Next to Red Willow, this is such a hot topic. I probably get 20, 30 emails a day. So I've heard much, which is why I think the Mayor Pro Tem is trying to limit the conversation, because we could go on for weeks. And I hope the public understands and appreciates that. What I'm after is data.
Was that data?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you.
And I do have 4 copies, and I have my copy if the 5th I have ready. Got it?
And thank you, Lynn and Ronnie, for going through your efforts also. And Nina, thank you. I'd like to ask for Mr. Dennis Manzanares to offer us his.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Councilor Hahn, Mayor Pro Tem Peralta, Councilor Cantu, Gonzalez. I appear today on behalf of the Taos Chamber of Commerce, Taos County Chamber of Commerce. As you know, we are a local nonprofit member organization which supports all businesses in a responsible economic development. And as such, the Board of Directors has authorized the following statement: that the Taos County Chamber of Commerce has expressed support for the continuation of the Taos Farmers Market on the plaza and will work to assist any and all business owners on or adjacent to the plaza in resolving any legitimate issues that an owner may feel is raised by the event. So our members of the Chamber, as well as non-members who are willing to support, which includes, unfortunately, the representative from TEN, the Taos Entrepreneurial Network, had to leave, and he asked me to please express their support for what we have proposed, and that is that we would be happy to meet with any and all vendors, pro or con, to resolve any of the differences, to come up with workable solutions. We know, for instance, that Marcos, in his original draft letter that went out to many individuals and organizations, specifically identified, for instance, I think there were 5 or 6 specific items that were being addressed by the people who were saying move it off the plaza. And there are solutions, to workable solutions. We know that in discussions that people have had with Chief Weaver, for instance, in terms of dealing with the traffic situation, the bus issue, the Taos trolley being able to have access, those types of things, that there's been much discussion, and we think that what you're looking for is just somebody who can sit down and in effect mediate, and that's what the Chamber is offering to you, the Town Council, at this time, along with other supporting organizations like 10.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the man who participated in the economic development study, Bruce.
Thank you.
And by the way, Mayor Pro Tem, some of these folks had no idea I was going to call on them, so
That's fine.
if Bruce or Dennis are looking a little stunned and foreign, forgive them.
It's your floor, Councilmember.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, thank you. And Mr. Bellis. I've been an entrepreneur in this town for 33 years. Had a few different businesses. I've been the co-author of the Community Economic Development Report along with Matthew Spriggs. On just a conversational level, I have heard and felt nothing but positive comments with regard to the farmers market being on the plaza. They range from all sorts of different reasons, but a lot of it is to be able to see friends and neighbors that you don't always see, and to be able to purchase the fresh fruits and vegetables and other things that are available. So the energy that's been created by this, I think, is part of a wave and a movement of a positive energy that is building and building in the community. I have to say that being almost too familiar with the economic underpinnings of where our community is, which is not in good shape. And I won't go into statistics here, but encourage people to look on the town website under community development, and under that is the Community Economic Development report. And if you don't do anything else, you can read the executive summary, which is about 7 pages, and I think that will fill in for everyone what's going on here economically. I think to speak to what Mr. Manzanares just said, I think it's extremely important, and I'm very proud of the Chamber for putting this offer out there, and that is, you know, a lot of times we all don't know what we don't know. And I do understand that there is concern by some business owners on the plaza. And I think that's a fair consideration and a fair concern. And what Mr. Manzanares has put forth on behalf of the Chamber, that they are willing to work and help with people understanding how to take advantage of the tremendous increase in the, not only the number of people that are on the plaza, but the different types of people. It is truly the integration of our community every Saturday morning, and it's a wonderful feeling and a wonderful experience. So I really want to further that by saying that that for business owners who have concerns, please bring them forward. I'm involved with the Taos Entrepreneurial Network, and I'm sure there's things that we can do as well towards helping business owners who are having difficulties understand what other opportunities there are, and they just might not be aware of them. So I won't take up any more time, but I am in support of keeping the farmers market on the plaza, and almost more importantly, the momentum, the positive momentum that is being created by the town government in the decisions and the actions that have been taken in recent months. And I know some have been controversial, and that's okay too. But we need some hope on the horizon in terms of the economic statistics that most people, you look around, and I just had somebody on Saturday, I was on the home tour, and somebody said, yes, we're doing great. Look at how many people there are. The visual belies what the truth is underneath the economic underpinnings of our community. And so this being a step in a positive direction, I fully support, and I encourage everyone to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions specifically?
Yes, Bruce. So you and Mr. Spriggs conducted this huge economic study, and you've given 2 reports, one to the commission, one to us. We've gotten hard copies. I'd like to encourage any businesses that are having problems of any sort, keep it simple. Just go on the town website and contact one of us. And I know Councilman Gonzalez Peralta, Councilwoman Cantu, or I will put you in touch immediately with Mr. Manzanares or Bruce or others, wherever you need to go. Here's my question, Bruce. After that statistical workup, where we saw a growth rate in IT of 16%, and as I recall...
A growth rate in what?
In IT.
Yes, that's correct. That's
which
correct.
is one of our growth industries
That's
here.
correct.
And tourism flat, the hotel industry flat. I believe wholesale manufacturing was at 8%, as I recall. So wholesale manufacturing and IT were our growth. Everything else is flat or losing. Can you think of any way, pending confidentiality, business confidentiality, that we can actually measure the results of the impact of that 5 hours on Saturday, the measurable impact of the farmers market? We have lots of anecdotal evidence, but it would be really sweet to just have some hard numbers to look at. And I think that might also help some of our brick and mortar, the bedrock of our business community, to perhaps adapt and look at new ways of doing business. But I'm looking for statistical analysis.
I'd have to give that some consideration and get back to you on it.
Okay, I'm thinking a lot about it too, so...
Which I'd be happy to do.
Yeah. There may be ways. Well, Bruce, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, pending your approval in the councils, I would just like to put it out there to the audience, and again, this is to the Mayor Pro Tem's approval. I'd like to see if there's one person out there with a burning desire to speak against the farmers market, and one, pending your approval again, sir, just one, who will speak for not all afternoon, just a couple minutes, who is pro farmers market. Is that acceptable to you, sir?
You have the floor, Mr. Hahn.
Okay. So I'm going to ask, just to be fair, I'm going to ask for one person with a burning desire, 2 minutes max, proponent of the farmers market. Yes, ma'am. You got the floor. Now this is in favor of, and 2 minutes. Ms. Lucero.
Hi, I spoke at the last community meeting
Would you give
because
your
I
name,
felt...
please?
I'm sorry?
Your name, please.
Yes, I'm getting to that,
Okay,
Fred.
thank you.
I feel like I see both sides of this from 2 different businesses. My name is Melissa. I have a business called Red Cap Meliciana, which is a retail store just off the plaza, and I also do vacation rentals. I know that there was initial resistance to the farmers market moving to the plaza because a number of people said that only locals go to the farmers market. And I have information every weekend from my guests that many, many tourists who come to Taos love the farmers market. They love, as Andrew said, the interaction, the activity, the friendliness of our town that they see at the farmers market. As a shop owner, mornings can be kind of slow on Saturdays because everybody's at the farmers market. But the minute people start dispersing, there is plenty of activity in the outlying areas in the historic district, I feel, for retail stores. So I am definitely in favor. I also, just as an aside, want to thank Rick Bellis for all the efforts he's done. I mean, the fact that he's the guy out there with the free parking stickers in the morning, I think is kind of in the above and beyond. So that's my...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa.
And now I'd like to ask for a volunteer who is opposed to the market. Lynn, you've spoken? Yes. Thank you. I'm about to close it down unless we have a volunteer. Lynn, you have spoken?
Oh, do you want me to know?
Yes. No, the council needs to hear from different folks.
All right.
Okay, I saw a lady back there.
So you don't want me?
That's correct. Thank you. I'm sorry for the confusion, Lynn.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Achira Matoya, and the reason that I see the community coming together, I think, is wonderful. And as part of that community, I'm happy to be seeing all the people that are coming downtown. And I don't see the farmers market as being an issue. And I resent the fact that the town didn't give us a chance to have meetings prior to voice our opinions as merchant owners and give that input so that we wouldn't be having opposition between the merchants and the farmers. I don't like the idea that we were pitted against each other, because I don't feel a negativity towards the farmers. I think the farmers are part of this community, that they should have access to the plaza. I really see it as an access and a parking issue. And I think that the failure to address those problems is what's pitting the two groups against each other. I think we should all work all together. And as one point, I have to tell you that as the trolley owner, we did have a compromise. And I'm very appreciative of the fact that that has happened, that we're able to access on Saturday mornings and then just come in on the north side, back up, and go back out the north side. And that has worked out really well for me as far as being the trolley owner. As far as being a merchant, we do see that slowdown of traffic in the morning. We don't get the people in there. And the reason we're not getting them in there is because of the parking and also because of the access. Once you open up the plaza, when we've had arts and crafts fairs before and the plaza was opened, it made a huge difference because we need to have that traffic flow coming in and out with the tourists that come into the town. The big issue that I see as a tourist destination in having that closed off on Saturday mornings, which is our biggest retail day of the week, is that we're missing those people that are on the buses. They can't get in. So I would ask for a compromise of the west side being opened up, and I think that would be fair, to have the north side and the west side opened up so that we don't lose those tourist buses. Because we are going to have a ripple effect. In the fall, once we get the Indian market going on and all the other activities down in Santa Fe and in Albuquerque with the Balloon Festival, we're going to have a lot of buses that are going to be coming in, and there is no way to regulate when those buses come into our town. And we want to have the community be able to welcome those people with great customer service. And you start with great customer service by giving people access to the downtown area. The Taos Plaza, it is the heart of Taos, and we need to be able to get those people in there. And I think it would benefit not only the merchants, but also the farmers. So that's where I think that a compromise needs to take place, in that we have to have access. Access and parking, those are the two big issues that I see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Hahn. Any other questions? I have a few questions. First of all, I'd like to see a raise of hands of those who are in favor of keeping the farmers market on the plaza, and those, okay, and then those against. Okay. Chief Weaver, could you come forward, please?
Good afternoon, sir. Council members.
Good afternoon. I spent 3.5 hours on the plaza for Saturday, and we had some discussions. And one of the discussions that I had with you, and one of the observations that I had, is the non-movement of vehicles on that north side. And we sat down and you said, well, I think I saw 3 move. Well, I didn't see any, but it is a concern to me that, because we don't know who those people are now. Some of them had some out-of-state plates, mostly Colorado.
Yes, sir.
But the other ones were local plates.
Yes, sir.
New Mexico. So, I mean, that's as close as we can get to local
Right.
from visual. And one of the things I talked to you about was chalking tires, just to see how long people were staying in those parking spaces during the day. The other thing that I saw too, which I was thinking about just a little while ago, and that is on the handicap parking in First Community Bank, I don't remember seeing very many cars move from there either. And so I didn't see very many cars move from the handicap parking as well. And so my concern is movement. In moving things around. And one of the other discussions I had with you, Chief, was that on the west side is moving the vendors that are on the Portal side to the center and opening up that and roping off so the vendors who are facing the west would turn around and face the park. And those other vendors over there, which are about 4 or 5, we could incorporate into the other area. And opening up that section, opening it off, and opening up that section for traffic to come in. And my concern there is no parking, but that would allow the trolley to come in, unload on the Portal side to protect its passengers from any vehicles that may be coming through. It would also allow for people who need to drop their person off who may not necessarily be handicapped but doesn't want to walk a long distance. They could drop them off there and then go find a place to park and then come back. And then when they're done, they could come back and pick up that person in that area. So using that area along the west side Portal as a drop-off and pickup area, and then you would allow people then to exit onto Placitas Road in front of the community bank. I think that would help some circulation, but let people get off in that area and do their shopping, and then catch up again and get on. Still leaving the parking on the north side, but I also have a feeling that in order for us to have turnaround in the parking areas, that we need to charge for parking. Because that will move people around. By having it free, they sit there for 5-6 hours. And there's nobody there to change that turnaround, and I'm just saying, looking at that. Also, the proposal that you have along with Mr. Bellis on the large buses coming in and dropping off on the Dunn Street parking lot, or actually which would be the McCarthy parking spaces. And this is one of the areas that the chief and I looked at, and we looked at having the buses on the south side of that area and the parking on the north side. That way when the buses unload, they're not unloading people into traffic coming in there, but they're loading away from the traffic onto Juan Largo. And I think that's more protection than if we put the bus on the other side of that parking lot.
Absolutely.
And I do like your comments, Mr. Bellis, on moving the buses from there after they unload and having them go into the Loretto parking lot and wait and then come back and load back up again there. I think that'll help some of the traffic flow and movement. But I really am concerned, and I've listened to that today, I listened to it Saturday, and I've listened to it for a couple of months now. And that is the concern that people have that the parking is not rotating during that period of time because it's free. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the employees who are saying, I got a free day, I'm going to park as close as I can to my work, and therefore then the customers who are coming to the plaza to either buy in the farmers market or to go to the merchants around or both are not getting an opportunity to have the convenience of as close in parking as possible. So that's my reason for what I'm looking at there. I visited with some merchants on the plaza on Saturday, and the ones that I visited with were neutral. They said it did not affect their business. They liked the buzz that was around, and so they didn't have anything negative to say about it. They liked it, and they thought it was a good atmosphere. So, but I think that those are some of the things that I'd like to have the council consider in its policy to maintain for this year, and to look at putting together a team, and I would love to engage the Chamber of Commerce to be the facilitator in this and look at what we look at for time to come as far as what we do with the farmers market, and try to make it a win-win situation for everyone in the community. That is my position, council members, and I will entertain some questions and clarification for you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The one thing I guess I would like to continually stress again is that it's a community gathering place, and that's the one thing that I've always envisioned it. I do have the same concerns with regards to parking, Chief, as far as requiring at least some type of time limits. I'm not opposed to 100% free parking in certain spaces, but I think to move the flow of traffic and make it fair for everybody, that some type of fee would be good, either utilization of the meter or, some other means. But I think it is crucial to keep, the flow of traffic moving in and around the plaza. I do see a great number of people parking in and around the vicinity, which would be Guadalupe parking space, and even down to Town Hall, and that's typically, out by the church. And that's typically where I park. And there's a great number of people that I think respect that and move in and out of that space as it's intended. I'm not in favor of opening any additional sides for safety reasons. And the real reason being is because I think having the ability for families to visit the farmers market as well with their kids poses safety issues if they're running in and out, kind of the way Taos Plaza Live is when flow of traffic is continuous. Yeah. So I completely would like to see just the one way of traffic flow remain open and the other three sides remain closed.
If I could, Councilmember Gonzalez, just to respond to that particular thing, is 90% of the people who come to the plaza come through that area where the traffic is. Mm-hmm. There's a small percentage of people who come from the Guadalupe parking lot to the plaza or other places from the south or the west. But the majority of the parking that's available is to the north and coming in even from the Laredo parking lot, which is the free parking lot all year round, it comes through the north side for the majority. So if you really wanted to look at it from a safety standpoint, we should close off traffic in the plaza, period. And I'm not advocating that, but I'm just saying if you want to look at it from a safety standpoint, that's what you should do, because we're actually keeping people going through where the traffic is, and that's why I don't have an issue with that south side, that west side being a little bit more available, but I think it will create some more activity within the plaza, but that's just my opinion, and I'm not against your position.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Gonzalez, would you be open to the idea of just for the parking spots on the north side of the plaza, that what we could do is we would sign them as free but with a 20-minute limit, and then the officer on the plaza could chalk the tires, and if people exceeded the 20 or 30-minute limit, and in that way those loading spots would rotate out.
If I could just respond a little bit to that, and the reason I'm talking about not having free parking is when I came in at about 8:15 in the morning on Saturday, I was trying to get there earlier, but my walk got in the way. Guadalupe was full, Dunn was full, the Plaza was full already, and 3/4 of the Loretto parking lot was full when I parked in Loretto. So, and I don't mind parking there because it's nice to get out and walk. But just to show you that, even at 15 minutes or so, or after the farmer's market opened, it was already packed around where nobody could find a place to park close by. And my feeling is that those people who were parking there were people who were going to be working the Plaza area and not giving room for the people that we're trying to get into the Plaza an opportunity to have a convenient location. That's my concern, is making it convenient for the customers coming into the Plaza.
Mr. Bellis, I think, at the same point with regards to free parking, I mean, I think we've gone around this issue with regards to our parking lots, and the true cost of free parking, and the fact that there is no such real thing. I mean, because we are still paying an officer to be on the Plaza. So I think even just along with the metered value, it would get some benefit back to the city. At the same point of still being able to maintain and upkeep our parking lots, including the Plaza. Even with regards to cleanup once farmers market is gone, along with any other event that we have there. So I think I'd still entertain the fact of removing the free parking and keeping the meters at least open and flow of traffic moving alongside with it. I mean, not opposed to them parking there all day if they want, but pay for it.
Councilman, the idea of relieving me of having to get up at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning isn't going to get a lot of opposition from me.
Good to hear. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know, do you have any other questions?
I just comments is this is an experiential opportunity. Parking is the big issue. We're trying to work out the bugs as fast as possible, and it has to be a win-win situation. If we don't open the entire plaza, I think it's crucial to open up at least two sides of it and to make use of the alleyways, possibly for some of the smaller vendors. I saw some that were, they weren't as big as others. It would just draw people to the alleys, and we all got to work with this together because there is an overwhelming response to the life and the positive feeling in the plaza, and it is a community area for the town and for the county, and we're working diligently on making it a win-win situation for everybody. So, a little patience.
Councilmember Hahn.
Yes.
Any sage advice?
Any sage advice? Los remedios de la gente. Well, I'm not sure where we're going to go with this, but when we started the farmers market...
If I could,
yes.
Councilmember Hahn, just to answer that question very quickly. I think it's a responsibility of this council to set a policy for the use of the plaza, and that for that reason I asked it to be put on the agenda for today, because I think the council needs to tell the community what the policy is of the council as far as the use of the plaza, and so this is the reason I'm asking for your position on this, so that we might be able to come to a policy decision today to go forward with.
Shall I make a motion? Would you like me to do that?
It's always proper.
It's always preferable?
No, it's always proper.
It's always proper. Here's my motion. I move that we maintain the farmers market on the plaza through harvest. That in the fall and winter months, with the help of the Taos County Chamber of Commerce, with 10, with Bruce and his statistical magic, we evaluate and refine and develop our plan for next summer in the early spring. That's it. It's my motion. I'm hoping for discussion.
Second.
I have a second. Discussion.
Also, alongside with that, Councilor Hahn, if I could just make a add to your motion in that we establish that the farmers market be held continually, not just through the obviously through the harvest season, but as a permanent space for the farmers market to continue to exist. If that would be okay with your motion, it's okay with my second.
I believe Councilmember Hahn said that it would be through this season, and then we would allow for a forum to discuss and work on future markets, whether they be at the plaza or somewhere else, but using 10, the Chamber of Commerce, and some others that he named to facilitate that discussion.
And Councilman Gonzalez, the reason for that is I really want to support Councilwoman Cantu's idea of expanding. That may help relieve our parking situation, expanding over to Bent. And there are other creative ideas out there. I don't know if the gentleman's here today. Perhaps it was you, Paul, that was at our last meeting regarding this, and he had some very creative thoughts. So I think we're heading in the right direction, and I want to keep the focus on the plaza, but I really like some of the creative thinking Councilwoman Cantu's doing about this, trying to spread it. But I also hear the flip side of it, Councilman Gonzalez, that there's something to be said for a concentrated event happening. I get that too. I think we need 10 suggestions, Dennis's suggestions, there he goes, as we move forward. We've hit on something really good for most, maybe not for all, but for most. And so that's why I'd like to reevaluate over the winter months. Thank you, sir.
And so I guess within that, Councilor Hahn, I guess what I'm trying not to do is belabor the process and put so much effort into the farmers market that we lose sight of other big issues that we still have going on at the same time. For me, it's kind of a resting place. I know it will evolve. It'll continue to work as almost like a living document that will continue to expand and grow, and I'm perfectly happy and fine with that. But alongside your motion is to also, go back and remove the free parking initiative that has taken place and allow for the meters to be reinstituted on those weekends. I don't know, did we do that as policy?
The parking issue is item B,
okay,
under 9, so we'll take that separately.
But I don't know, just thoughts with you. I mean, again, I'm looking for a permanent, stable place for the farmers market to not have to revisit this every year and not get 500 belabored emails regarding the same, circumstances. I'm happy to just work with the situation that we have, and I think that's the whole intention on visiting this now and creating the open dialogue, open forum, is to kind of put it to rest and give it a place to be advertised, from here throughout in the future.
If I could, I really like Councilmember Hahn's motion, because I think there is the ability then and the feeling to the community that there will be discussion, input, and dialogue, and massage to what is going to be happening on the plaza concerning the farmers market. And I hate to just close it off and say, no, from here on out for the next 100 years it's going to be on the plaza, and it's going to be every Saturday morning from May to October. I think there needs to be the opportunity and the feeling that there is ability to work together and try to come up with some massaging that can help everybody. So that's the reason I'm like the motions before the floor.
Okay.
Councilmember Cantu, do you have any comments?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would just...
I do have one motion and one amendment.
I'm sorry.
I would like the council to consider, and I believe Councilmember Cantu is of the same voice on that west side of the plaza and opening that up to bus and drop-off traffic. And so I'll make a motion to amend the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Discussion?
Chief, I would like to make a little bit of a clarification point. With the trolley, I know we discussed parking the trolley on the west side. From talking to Ms. Otero, who owns it, there's a couple of reasons why we put it in the location.
I'm sorry, mine wasn't to park it.
Okay, just to drop off and pick
Drop
up.
off.
And there's a couple specific reasons why she wanted that location. Some of it was visibility, some disabled members that she had going to it. I really think that worked out pretty good for where it's at. If we move it to the other side, I think she'll have a little bit of business impact with it. As far as the tour buses, as it stands right now, there really is no consistency on any of the tour buses, and so that's one of the reasons Mr. Bellis and I came up to the parking location. So I think vehicular traffic, absolutely. I think tour buses and the trolley, I think those are better handled in two different ways.
Right now, when the trolley comes in, and does they park on the north side?
They park on the east side.
East side.
We've actually created a little space, so what happens is they'll come in and then back into a space so they're completely off the north side.
So when people step off of the trolley, do they step into traffic or they step away from traffic?
They actually step into the area of the farmer's market that's already blocked off to traffic. So they're actually stepping into the road in front of the gorge that's already blocked off. So in essence, when
So we're taking that trolley and moving it into pedestrian traffic?
That's correct.
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
I understand that. Yeah. As it stands right now,
If I bring it around the other side to the west side and drop off on that west side against the portal, the individuals getting off the trolley are away from traffic.
That'd be correct, sir.
Okay. And there's still room for movement. And I'm not getting into any pedestrian traffic directly that you do now on the east side.
That'd be correct, sir.
And so, because you have to open it up, allow the trolley to come in and then move back out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have to manually work that with a couple of officers or some personnel.
That'd be correct.
I'm trying to minimize that so that you are more free to do other things that you need to do. And that was the reason that I looked at that west side. Now, that being said, and that's my opinion, I would like to hear from you if you feel that works or it doesn't work. And, you know, I'm not trying to sell anything that's bad.
Right. Public safety-wise, I'm absolutely 100% in agreement with you. That resolves a number of issues. As far as the owners of the trolley, and they were very specific and very persuasive as to some of the issues why they wanted it on that location.
Let me ask our lady here who's in the trolley. Would you come forward, please?
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm proposing?
Yes, sir.
Does that work or not work for you? And be very honest about it.
Yes, I can tell you that what I'm for is that the tourists that get on board the trolley are able to experience the heart of Taos, being on the plaza while we're giving our tour. Because that is what they are here for, is for historical tour, the people that choose to take my tour. So what I actually do currently is I pick up on the east side of the plaza, like the officer's saying, and then I back up, okay, which as long as there's an officer there, I'm fine with it. But it is, a little risky doing that. So if you did have the west side open, we could go in and we have a designated spot where we actually park currently on the west side. And so
this would be across from that.
Maybe I'm confused.
You would be picking up and dropping off next to the portal, not next to the park.
Oh, okay.
You'd be right where the parking spaces are, and there would be no parking on that side.
Yes. On the west side. So we can pick up and do our tour there. We're there for like 20 minutes on the west side. Is that correct?
Yes, because if traffic would go on your driver's side through that area and out through, what is the name of that street that leaves the plaza there in front
Where
of
the
the bank?
Coyote Club in front of the bank? Yes. I'm for being on the plaza wherever you can put us so that we don't have the complaints from the tourists saying that they can't get that information on the plaza, because that's the feedback I have gotten since the farmers market opened.
Because right now on that east side, you're backing up into traffic, correct?
I'm backing up into where the actual stands are. There are two farmers markets vendors.
You pull in there, right? Or
And
you
we
back
have
in
to.
there?
Yeah, we pull in. We come in the north side because physically the trolley will not exit out on the southeast corner.
Correct.
Northwest corner. Okay, so what we have to do is we back up, and we're right there where all the farmers market people are, or whoever else is walking in there, in that area. So we are backing up into that area, and staying on the east side.
Okay.
So I would be flexible in saying that either location, I can be on that north side, on the northeast corner, or I can be on the west side.
Okay.
As long
Thank
as we're able to get on there. And I really think that the other issue is getting the big buses through there and dropping off so that we don't lose our tourist people that come in on those. And it's 47 people at a time that we're talking about that we're turning away.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Chief?
Yes, sir.
I would just like your, what you feel is better for you.
Actually, what's better for me is what you propose to have it on the west side, and I think that's doable. I mean, there's still concerns. We still have pedestrian concerns, but this actually limits the involvement of law enforcement. We don't have to direct the vehicle in. We just have to make sure that it is wide enough to get other traffic through, which I believe would be correct, provided no one parks in those parking spaces.
Correct. There would be no parking on the west side.
Yeah, we can make that work, sir. Then the next conversation is, if the market's going to grow, do we have space in the remainder of the area to place those vendors? And I don't know.
I think we have to limit the number of vendors. I mean, there's just so much space.
Yes, sir.
And I think the number we have in there now is probably adequate, and if there's more that want to come in, we're just going to have to say no.
Yeah, with the parking idea, leaving the north and the west side open, that would give 2 exits and one entrance and 2 exits to the plaza. We'd be able to fit the trolley and one-way traffic going out.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, expansion of the farmers market, and I'm noticing a reaction with, I believe the head Bill, I want to say, I'm sure I got your name wrong. Could I ask Mayor Pro Tem that the manager of the market, and it's that gentleman right there.
Marco.
Marco, okay, sorry. Sorry, Marco.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh.
you.
Oh, okay. Confusion here.
There's some other things we need to consider here, I think, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
My name is Sam Richardson. I'm the
Sam,
site manager. I have 14 vendors on that west side. If you take that away, you're going to kill this market. We don't have room to put them in the center. You guys gave us the plaza and told us that we were going to get that north street if we expanded. We're not only not getting that, now you're starting to take it back. We cannot, if you put us over on John Dunn, we're going to have the same problems over there with parking and merchants that we have right now. So I think we should at least, I like your idea, let's leave it the way it is for this year and open it up to discussion with 10 and the chamber and the farmers. I haven't heard anybody mention the farmers board of directors. And let's get the farmers board involved in the discussion. But right now we're just chasing our tail. I think you ought to leave it the way it is right now and let us expand. I've got more vendors coming. We had 65 last week, and we've got 10, at least 10 that I know of coming. We have 117 that have been vetted that could theoretically show up at one time. So we got a lot more to go, and we're expanding. So I don't think this council needs to worry about limiting the expansion of the market. Either we're going to have it or not. But all this business about taking back that west side, you're cutting it.
Well, Sam, I just want to, this is a process.
Absolutely.
And you're coming off a little strong, and believe me, we have had plenty of strong folks talking to us for the last 2 months.
We hear the
so
same
we're a
thing.
little tired of that. So I'm going to ask you to be patient and calm. That being said, Sam, what I think we're looking at is the market as is, and the reason why I noticed you in the audience and you're grimacing was that what that facial expression is telling me is you see an expansion coming that's just a normal part of harvest. These aren't new people just jumping on board. These are people that signed up back in the spring to say, I will have my tomatoes in August and I want to have a booth in August, and they sign up with you, and here we go. Do I got that about right?
Yeah.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, we do have an expansion issue that's just a natural, it's not a static. It's very fluid. And so, anyway, yeah.
My problem is that there's only so much space.
Yeah.
And you can only do so much with that space before you get into issues of security and safety. And this, and I understand where you're coming from. Don't misunderstand me. But I still think that there's going to be a point in time where you're going to have to tell somebody, I'm sorry, but there's no room for you. And that's just the facts. And that's, unless we had all the room in the world, and we don't have it there. And so that's where it's going to be.
I'm totally in agreement on the parking. We're trying right now.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't ask you for a comment. So this is where we're coming from, and there's an amendment on the floor, and it can be denied. There's no question about that. But I'm looking at it from my perspective and what I've seen on the plaza, and that's why I make the amendment. If the council has any other discussion on it, if not, I'll entertain a vote up or down on the amendment.
I have a little more discussion on that, which is why I recommended my suggestion earlier. It's just an idea of people getting their mind wrapped around expanding it. I mean, I use the State Fair as a perfect example. People are walking everywhere there. If we put the market, let's say, Bent Street, up the alleys, it's something that people are going to get used to. That's the way it is. It has to be a win-win situation. We can't close our ears to the merchants who are either opposed or hurting from it. This is our first year. It's something that the public absolutely supports and loves. We have to wrap our own minds around expanding it. I know Polly Ray has said, bring it on. She would love it at the Dunn House. Why not utilize the alleyways, the property behind the old courthouse, and Bent Street? If we can possibly use that area, we'll have people moving to all the shops, and it will be a win-win. And I think the parking is the huge issue, and there should be no free parking. People's tires at this point should be chalked. And I just think that, this being the first year, we're learning, we're getting the bugs out. Next year, if this is a permanent thing, we all have to make it work for every single one of us. And that's my say on that.
I agree with you on the parking. We've already had discussions about telling our vendors to park somewhere else, and if you make those meters paid, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. We noticed this problem ourselves about the parking on the north side, and we're telling our vendors not to park there, to leave that open for the customers and in deference to the merchants as well. So I'm totally with you on that one.
Councilmember Hahn.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. While you were speaking, I had asked Mr. Bellis if our timing was about right on this amendment, and I'd like to ask Mr. Bellis if it's all right with the Mayor Pro Tem.
You have the floor.
Go ahead. talking about the grant possibility.
I would, the town has received a grant for the study of the plaza and potential uses, and as was the case with the grant for the courthouse, the reason for that study is then to allow us to come back and ask the legislature for money that's set aside for downtowns. The governor and the tourism director are very excited about what we're doing with the market. I would just ask that if we put this to a study committee, that we do it sooner rather than later. If we wait till next spring, we're going to be here with the same problem but have wasted the grant. The grant is an opportunity to create that forum for everybody to have input, not just about the front of the plaza, but the whole flow of the plaza. There's also money for farmers markets for the towns to create stands for the merchants, which take up less space, and then you don't have all the, I got to get my car in because I got to bring my tables and my tents and all that kind of stuff. There's marketing money. So it would be good for us to start talking about this, just like the JPA dialogue, as soon as possible so that we can find money and get consensus on what the solutions are for next spring and be ready to go. And as a planner, I would just say one thing, and that is that I really don't think, you know, when I look at the parking studies that have been done, and from having to be there every Saturday, no matter when you're there, if you have a successful event in this town, you have a problem in the plaza and the downtown in general. We don't have a flow problem, we have a parking problem. And the only way we're going to get rid of the parking problem is if A, the merchants don't park in front, and B, we don't have people that are interested in coming to the downtown. So I think it's a good thing. It's a growing pain that comes out of success. And it's gotten a lot of the merchants talking again about, do we need a parking ramp? You know, or no matter how much we juggle the meters around, it really doesn't create more spaces. So I think there's a lot of good things that have come out of that. But if you watch the cars go through during the farmers market or Plaza Live, they're rubbernecking. They're there to be seen or to see. There's very few of those cars that actually then go to a spot, park, and engage in the activity. So I'd say addressing the flow isn't going to do anything to resolve the parking, except pass more cars through there that don't have anywhere to park. But we definitely need to come back and maybe as part of this committee start talking about permanent parking solutions to create more spaces for people downtown.
The motion on the floor is to do what you want to do, Mr. Bellis, and that is to provide for a venue to work out between now and before the spring, if I'm correct, because you want to have it as immediately as the farmer market is over, just have people sit down and start discussing the pros and cons of what their experience was.
And my concern is that if we wait until past harvest and into the winter, we may lose our 2 grant opportunities. Is that about the short of it, Mr. Bell?
Well, no, we have the money, but since we're required to get the process started, the question will just be, do we have 2 processes going on at the same time in different directions, or does it make sense to bring everybody together in the same dialogue?
Okay. Well, let me try to bring this back together. And there's an amendment on the floor. Let me take a vote on that amendment, and then we can get back to the discussion of the motion. Clerk, call roll. The amendment is to open up the west side from what it is now.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you need a vote also on the initial motion?
No, because this amends the initial motion, so we have to take care of this one first. Either add it to the motion or we dispense with it.
Okay. Councilmember Hahn?
No.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
No.
Councilmember Cantu?
No.
All right, amendment fails. We're back on the motion. Discussion on the motion.
I do have a question,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
With regards to planning, and as this market grows, and we've seen it grow, is there opportunity to condense the amount of space that's being taken up? Because there's a lot of empty voids within that, the areas between vendors as well. So if we're talking, making it more successful, packing in as many individuals as possible, I think some of that has to be addressed as well, too. Is that a consideration of the farmers market board?
It is a possibility. We've talked about it. The booths are currently 12 feet wide. Other markets have 10 feet booths. We've talked about that, telling people to kind of get acquainted, get a little closer. We can do that. We can work more vendors in to that plaza central area, but there is a limit to what you can do with that. Plus, we've tried to not overload the grassy areas and damage the environment up there. So in answer to your question, yes, we can consolidate some, but as I say, we've got 117 potential vendors who could show up, and I hope we don't have to tell anybody no.
And I think the good thing with that would be is to limit booth space to maybe 10 by 10. I mean, keep it within that, and then you guys can utilize as much space as possible within the market. So I guess I'm done with my comments on that, Mr.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Hahn, would you restate your motion?
My original motion was to maintain the farmers market through harvest and revisit the issue utilizing the capacities of 10 and the Taos Chamber of Commerce to troubleshoot, collaborate with the businesses in anticipation of doing this again next year at the plaza.
Call for a vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
All right, vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The farmers market shall stay on the plaza for this year.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you all very much for your patience and your input.
Thank you.
All right, I would entertain a motion at this time to go to item 9B. This should end our discussion with the farmers market. It concerns parking and whether or not we should have free parking around the plaza for the farmers market or at any time. I think you heard my discussion concerning that and my feeling that it is hampering the movement of individuals in and out for the market and for the businesses. And I would like to see us go back to just regular parking fees outside of the north side of the plaza. That one I would leave the way we have it now, unless you would like to have that as parking paid as well. That's Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Jay to please come up to the podium with regards to what he's found over the course of the last, I guess, year and a half with regards to parking in this ever rounding issue. I think it's important to be cognizant of the fact that our parking leases are crazy, to say the least, with the amount of money that we put forth. And when we look at the amount of money that we bring in to offset the costs of those leases, it's minimal at best. And the most we're doing right now is just maintaining. We're able to pay the lease, but we're not able to make a lot of improvements. And I think coming up here in the next, few months, I'd like to start to see some activity take place to become more of a pedestrian-friendly downtown. And I think the only way we can do that is by improving walking paths, bike paths, that type of stuff. But we can't do it with the hindrance of this mindset that minimal parking fees will take care of that. Because where we're at right now, Mr. Manager, fellow councilors, is the fact that even at the $1 per hour rate that we currently are at, all we're doing simply is sustaining. We're paying leases. That's all we're doing. And I think to operate in the most efficient way possible, we have to revisit the parking fees. And again, I look to the fact that I'm not fond of the change meter. I'm not, and I'd like to see some type of other system instituted, be it kiosk, even just pay at the meter via credit card or debit card. But I think we need to be cognizant of just what the reality is of what parking really does cost and what it costs the city, how that impacts the vendors or the merchants. So please shed some light on that with what you've found in your studies as well.
Sure. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez, and the rest of the council members and Town Manager, Mr. Bellis. We've been having a couple meetings with historic district merchants to discuss the parking situation, and primarily to avoid the drastic change that occurred last, I believe, is around November, where the meter fees were raised, and several merchants said that they didn't know about it. Town said that they had meetings, but that's neither here nor there. So in the meetings, what we needed to determine is what we want to do immediately with the parking situation that we do have. And overwhelmingly, everybody felt that at least through the end of this year that we should extend our current program, the prices, the rate, and the fees associated with parking in Taos, extend that through the end of the year. However, it was asked that if we could at some point, if you'll see on the first page there, we have an option A and an option B. Some of the merchants had mentioned that in the past there was a period where they gave free parking, I believe the week of or the week before Thanksgiving, and then 2 weeks during the Christmas holidays. Some other merchants had mentioned, and I was not here in Taos at the time, so I'm not privy to when this exactly was. They also said there was a period in the past where they gave free parking from the week of Thanksgiving all the way to, I believe, New Year's Day or the day after New Year's Day. And they requested the possibility of activating one of those options again for this year. As we all know, the summer season has not been what any of us would hope and are used to for our summer seasons. And so the hope is that by bringing in this free parking during these two very pivotal periods of time at the end of the year for us could help alleviate some of the pressure we've all felt from the start of the year and into the summer. So those are two items that certainly would be up for discussion. And we also agreed, speaking with Chief Weaver, that we need to, as merchants, it will be our duty to police our own employees from not taking up those free parking spots as well. We cannot engage the police force to come and kick out anybody that we deem as staying too long if they're a merchant. It will be the merchant's responsibility to police themselves in that regard. So we're accepting that responsibility of having that free period of being able to police our own people. Any questions on that portion?
Questions? So you're in agreement in the sense that we do away with the free parking during the tourist season and the off-season then from Thanksgiving through Christmas to allow more locals and possibly skiers from the ski valley who come down to town to have free parking and visit your establishments.
Yes, sir, I would say so. Now, I don't want to speak in terms of the farmers market.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's during the tourist season.
Gotcha. So, yes, sir. And I would say that that is something we all agree in the meetings that is to run through the end of this year only. We need to have a meeting, just like the farmers market is going to evolve, and we need to refine it. The parking situation needs to evolve and be refined itself. So we're just trying to pick what would assist us at this short-term period.
Okay. Along those lines, though, one of the critical issues here is making it convenient for people to put their quarters in the machine.
Yes, sir.
Can we solicit merchants in the different areas of parking to assist us by providing change for the customers who are coming in there so that it makes it convenient? Because this is, to me, has been one of my heartaches. And it was a fight that I had with a previous manager all the time, was saying, we can do anything to raise the rate on parking. That's not the issue. The issue is how convenient is it for our customers to come in, park, run 100 yards into the plaza, they're trying to find quarters, and then run 100 yards back to put the quarters in the machine and then go back to doing their shopping. That doesn't leave a very good taste in anybody's mouth.
I agree.
And so in order for us to provide for parking and the funding that can help us to help the downtown area to revitalize along the lines that Mr. Bellis would like to see, because there's got to be some, even though there may be federal or state monies available, there's going to have to be some matching funds with local. And that was one of the reasons for the raising of from 50 cents to $1, was to try to create that pocket of money to keep in the downtown area to help improvements, because there's no other place we got the money. Okay. It doesn't do any good to do any of that if the parking is inconvenient, because you're not going to be customer friendly and make people feel that it's good to come downtown if I have to spend half an hour getting to my car and back and forth in order to avoid a $5 or $10 parking ticket.
Correct.
And it's nice because in Santa Fe it's $26 or $32 an hour parking ticket. 32, I think it is. But anyway, that's so. I just feel that we need to do something about the ability to cause a rotation, but we have to make the rotation convenient for people. And this is where I'm asking support from the merchants to help us with that. And if we could find them and locate them and be able to let that be known, I think that will make ourselves a lot more friendly and supportive of our customers.
I think it's very wise of you to look to the merchants to assist in that. I think that there are multiple merchants that we could engage that would essentially be change centers. We recognize that it's not going to be a possibility to get change machines in Taos, at least in the short-term duration. I mean, ultimately, that's what we would need. But in the short term, we can also be customer friendly and proactive to the situation. We already have a shop in the John Dunn shops that put outside of their shop change machine, change here. And I think that we could establish a group of the willing that would be willing to put up some banners on the side of their buildings that just let people know, if you need change, come here and we will take care of you. That way we don't have our customers wandering from shop to shop. And in defense of the shops, you know, everybody said this should be easy. You should all give away money. It's good. Some of these shops are so small that it is difficult for them to maintain that amount of change. So we couldn't find, I agree, and I will personally take that on and update Mr. Bellis on who we're able to establish as shops of the willing for change.
Thank you. Okay. Questions?
Mr. Bellis, with regards to getting some type of kiosk in place, has that been looked at by the town with regards to removing those dang change meters?
Not at this point.
Nope.
I mean, I would ask that take place fairly quickly. I mean, again, moving my boy into college this year and seeing debit card swipes on Coke machines, you know, is a true testament of the fact that more people have moved to that card accessibility. And I just, you know, much like Councilor Peralta, I've had the same reservation since our last manager with regards to this change meter. You know, we need to move past that. Yeah. You know, and really get into the times of where we're at. And I think kiosk would be huge for it. I don't know what kind of implications and fees would be assigned to it, but they can do it on a Coke machine. Sure as heck can do it on a meter.
Absolutely.
May I respond?
Yes.
Okay. I would have to say that in our meetings with just the merchants, we have realized we have really come to a roadblock. It's just outright our knowledge of being able to move traffic through the town and the proper designs of whatever system we need here, because the reality is, as you've said before, there is no free parking, so we have to find a way to cover these costs. One of the main thoughts that keeps coming up is getting Taos certified as a Main Street town. There are grants and research and data available, to my understanding, through Main Street that would assist us in determining the proper parking solution to our town. And I think that as the merchant group, we've done a nice job working with the town and the town vice versa with us in creating a situation that we all feel is workable for us at this point. But the long-term decision really needs to come from someone that I feel is a third party, because we, at the end of the day, we're all going to have biased opinions. And however, I'll just quickly go over on page 3 and 4. This past weekend, I just accidentally happened to end up on a short vacation in Manitou Springs, Colorado. And Manitou does not have a plaza, but they do have what you would consider more of a boulevard. And on that boulevard, I started looking at what parking solutions they had. And the first thing I noticed is they have, I would say, about every half block a change machine. But more importantly, if you'll notice in the middle picture on the very last page, this is your actual parking meter machine. There's one of them. You don't have these meters on every single spot. You walk up to it, you can use your change, or you can use a credit card or money. You input your license plate, and then it prints you out a receipt. You state you enter how long you want to stay there. You print out a receipt, and you go put it on the dash of your vehicle. Extremely efficient process. Now, they also created a process, too, to create turnover. If you'll notice in their parking rates, they did 1 to 3 hours is $1 each hour. Then if you choose you want to stay from 4 to 5 hours, that price then goes up to $2 per hour. And then again, if you do 5 or plus hours, it's $3 per hour after that. Now, this is for parking that is on their main boulevard area. They also have off-site parking, and they do also have a summer schedule and winter schedule, which I did print for you to look at. It's just an example for us to consider. It's a town of approximately 5,500 people. Now, granted, they are right next to Colorado Springs, so they have the benefit of a lot of people just migrating from Colorado Springs into their area. But it is a town that's relatively close to our town, and a lot of the situations we have, if we think we have parking problems and a lack of parking, go to Manitou Springs. They got really lack of parking, and they have nowhere to expand. And I asked the employees, and the employees said that they just have to deal with finding a parking spot wherever they can, and sometimes it can be streets away. So the employees there have just learned they just have to deal with it, and the way they keep the employees off of it is by having this graduated pricing program that none of the employees are going to pay that fee.
The
Yes.
kiosks in San Francisco next to the wharf, you pay by the space. So you go in, you park, pick up the number from the space, take it to the kiosk, and put it in there, and they have a 2-hour limit, period.
Yeah.
And so if you go beyond the 2 hours, which we did, it's a $65 fine. And we missed it by about 15 minutes, but it's 15 minutes is 15 minutes. I mean, they were right there.
Yeah.
And what happens there is the officer, the person that's checking the meters, goes up to the kiosk, and the kiosk gives them a readout of all the spaces that are expired. And he just goes to those spaces one by one and puts tickets. So it's, and that's it. He picks up your license plate and whatever it is, and he gives you the ticket. And so it's really efficient in that sense for being able to enforce the parking. And I would imagine that Manitou is pretty similar to that. That's why they can make some money off of it. But that's part of it. You have to enforce it. Otherwise, if you don't, until you get a ticket, you're going to take advantage of it.
Yes,
but I agree but that does cause a turn, and it does make it possible for a lot more people to visit your shops along the main street or in the plaza, if you have that sort of a situation.
Yes, sir. And it, as you look through this, if you have the time, they really have some things here that I think could really be applied to Taos. They even have a 15-minute free option. So that if, let's say, for example, someone came to my shop and they just needed to pick up a book that they ordered, or they wanted to go to the coffee shop, they just need that 15 minutes. You can enter your information, you enter that 15-minute period, and you have 15 minutes for free. In the off-season, that period actually can go up to 3 hours that you can have free periods. So there's no question that there's plenty of options out there. And I think most of the merchants now understand what the former town manager, Oscar Rodriguez, was trying to help people understand is that there is no free parking. And someone's paying for it somewhere, somehow. And so that we have to determine how we want to handle it here in Taos while maintaining our independence of what many other towns do and how they operate, to accommodate our slower pace, that we do want people to slow down, yet still paying for the lots, paying for the people and the resources that support that, and also changing our mindset. They call their, they don't use parking police there, they call them parking ambassadors. And so even just the mental mindset change there. I watched them work with a lady who was coming back to her car, and she needed to either re-up or she was later going to get a ticket, and the parking ambassador came up and he was about to write her a ticket, and he spoke to her, explained it to her, and he let her off that one time because she turned right around and paid her fee. So it's also a change in the mindset of not becoming a total police force, but we are here to help you enjoy your shopping experience and at the same time create an environment for our merchants so that we do have the turnover to get people into your shops.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councilman Hahn.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Jay, first of all, I want to thank you for your community involvement. You've been leading the parking charge now for many, many, many months, and it's such an exciting topic. And you've done admirably, and I thank you. I have one question, and this is for all of the business owners. Are you getting better turnouts now?
In regards to the farmers market?
No, in regards to the parking meter meetings.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yes. They're starting to, we had at the first meeting maybe 4 or 5, and this last meeting we had almost 10.
Yes.
But again, we do recognize that our skills and capabilities are almost at an end in terms of learning or relaying to you what we think needs to be the long-term processes. Lots of great ideas, but each one resolves one issue, but we see it can open up 2 others.
Right.
That someone that is professionally skilled at this, I think working with us and the city, we could really find some great solutions.
And I do like your suggestion of Main Street and getting professionals, third-party objective observers to really guide us. I think Mr. Bellis is on that. I have a question about option A and B. I had to step out for a second.
Yes.
So just to clarify then, A1, maintain the current pricing through the end of the year, but then provide free parking over the Thanksgiving holiday and over the Christmas, New Year's holiday. Where is that town-wide? Is that what the merchants are suggesting, or just on Bent Street, or where is free parking?
To the best of my understanding, the way it was presented to me several years back, both of these options had been utilized.
But was that on all of the meters?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
Okay.
I don't want to state that as fact because it's apparently gotten hazy with people that even remembered it.
Right.
But they said it was very successful.
Yes, and I can see why that would be so. My concerns is this. Has our finance office been able to evaluate the hit?
Correct.
Is that well? Probably not, huh?
No, not. I don't believe they have, and I recognize that obviously option B carries with it a lot more financial loss to the parking situation. Option A, a little bit less, and so I think what the merchants are looking for is a potential last shot in the arm of some adrenaline at the end of the year. So one of these options, I certainly know they would be proud of either one. However, as a test bed, there is a shopping center in Allen, Texas, the place I came from before here, and they have made all of their parking voluntary. And on page 2, you'll see a picture of what they call it change for charity. All of their meters recommend, and on the other side, it recommends a 2-hour limit, but they don't enforce it. And they ask people, they say, you know, the normal fee would be $1 per hour. And what happens is they take a portion of the proceeds for a quarter, and they are donated to a local charity, a nonprofit group within the town. And so you can see here, this picture shows in that particular quarter, it was going to be the Allen lacrosse team. So I think it would be a perfect opportunity for us to test in our community something as proactive as a change for charity during this period if we can pick an option A or B and give us a free period, but let's take it and do it well, almost like they've done here in Allen, and create a change for charity, asking people to donate, and let's see what happens here.
So what I hear you saying is, providing that the town can afford that hit,
Yes.
That's question number one.
Mhm.
We lose that revenue, and as you know, we're paying dearly for 3 or 4 parking lots that actually supplement all the businesses here in town.
Yes, sir.
So if we do A or B, then you're suggesting that during the gloved times, or those times when it's free parking, that we actually put a little sign up on the meters saying, during this holiday season, if you, the Town of Taos, will donate 20 or to 30%, otherwise it's free parking.
Correct. And
so we might actually dent our loss a little bit and help a charity.
Yes, sir. I spoke with the manager of the shopping center there, and wanted to inquire from them how this was working out for them. I mean, it's very popular with the community, but I wanted to know financially what impact it was having upon their business.
Right.
And they said that initially they had no meters in that area, and they would have bands in this almost a plaza type environment. And you sometimes couldn't even get in there. They just ran out of parking. You couldn't get there, so many people. So the owners decided to put in meters to help turnover and also to make some money. And overnight, it became a ghost town. And then they decided they needed to do something to bring people back, but also to try and encourage some turnover. And that's when they came up with the Change for Charity program. And I asked her, I said, do you feel that there are people that take advantage of that and do not put any money in? And she goes, absolutely. She goes, but we're not one to judge people. There are maybe people that came into town that are visiting that didn't know they needed change, or didn't know that we had metered areas. So we don't want to make them feel like they need to leave. But she said what they've seen happen is charities that people are going to support, let's say, for example, this Allen Lacrosse. She goes, more people start showing up that support Allen Lacrosse already. Maybe their sons or daughters are in it, and they are donating more money and more than what would be the norm for if you recommend $1. She goes, we're finding some of our machines are just tapped out by the end of the day because we put so much money in there. So some people are offsetting those that don't pay any by actually paying more. So, you know, take, for example, I mean, the one most people talk here is CAV or Stray Hearts or many of the other great nonprofits in this town. But seeing that there, saying your money is actually going to go, portions of your money will go to this charity, the psychological benefit of it seems to work in favor of both the merchants there as well as the managers, which we can consider the city here, but managers there of that particular shopping center.
It's a very creative idea that might offset the deficit incurred by creating free parking and at the same time help a charity.
Yes, sir.
It'd have to be booked appropriately, and I just know that folks will want to look at those books, you know, to make sure that I'm not, you know,
And
I'm not the charity.
We could make it, we could bring in a more, yes, go ahead, sorry.
Along those lines of what you're talking about, I need to ask our council and manager on this. In order for us to meet the anti-donation clause, would we have to pre-vet these charities? In other words, pre-approve them before we could let them use the meters and say that they're going to provide services to the community for the money that is generated by these meters, since I think you were talking about private meters rather than public meters in McAllen?
In Allen, no, these are, well, they're public, you know, they're
They're the city's meters, or are they the businesses?
No, sir, these are private.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's the difference.
Correct.
So,
And Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that's correct. We would have to, not only in order to not violate the anti-donation clause of the Constitution, make sure we are contractually receiving services. And the way that's usually done is that these nonprofit entities provide a service that the town could otherwise provide in exchange for the value of this donation. We'd also have to procure those services. You know, but there's no reason it couldn't be structured appropriately. Right now, in this budget year, we appropriate a certain amount of money for purposes of that type of donation. This could in theory, take the place of that donation and make that money available for our general fund purposes to offset the revenue we're losing in the form of parking. So it certainly could be done, as all of these things could be. It just requires planning.
Or it could add to the possibility of organizations that we can help. Because we're limited now in the amount of money we have, and if this down season people are willing to come in and, for example, Taos Community Foundation will have something and they'll set up, or the Taos News does with the trees, okay? And so you come in and give or buy a tree to support a particular organization. This is kind of the similar sort of idea. But we would have to make sure that we did that, and so those organizations maybe that we weren't able to help would get this opportunity to do that. But it would have to be a pre-application and show what the offset is to that.
And not to stray too far from this, but to throw a marketing spin into it. Once you've vetted the nonprofits, let's just say for this instance here, while it's an experimental phase, once you've vetted those nonprofits, we could have online that people can go in and vote for which nonprofit they would like to receive the funds for this first experimental period. Then after that, we could establish plans, but we could get the involvement of locals as well as tourists that know the town, love the town, and it engages them again in, being a part of the town and seeing that the town cares for these nonprofits.
Questions? Councilmember Hahn, you have the floor.
Mr. Caldwell, you're like the Grinch that stole Christmas. Children must be weeping as I speak.
He just needs a cap.
With all the budget constraints, some of the meters I've seen and swipe meters and all of that's just wonderful. And kiosks, I feel, are wonderful. But the fact of the matter is, we got to work with what we got. Correct. We just dropped a whole bunch of money for secondhand meters from Alaska, so we got to make those work.
Yes.
And if I had a business that had meters out in front, I would have a big sign out there saying quarters. I don't care if I sold $5,000 paintings or 50 cents trinkets. I'd be wanting those customers to come in just to look at my stuff. So,
agreed.
I'd like to see the businesses take on the quarter business, but that's me. Thank you.
Yes, and I agree with you. I will take that on and then report back to Mr. Bellis the merchants that will do that, and we'll look at getting everybody to a defined sign that we can put out of the businesses so that people know right where to go.
One of the things that could help in that in marketing is do we have maps within the parking lots that tell where different businesses are? Or locate, like a map of the plaza, and then you could put in specific locations, changes available here, so that they know when they leave the parking lot specifically where to go and not have to.
I love that idea.
Not yet.
We do. The best map that we find downtown right now to help people get around is the blue line map. People seem to follow it. They seem to understand it. And people, because you can turn it to face your orientation.
I'm talking about a nice sign,
large one
in the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
When you get in the park, that it says these locations you can get change.
Sure. I mean, I'm certainly for that. I don't know if the budget is there for creating those signs. I think that under the current situation,
what I'm trying to say is, I think we have signs within the parking lots now that say, show you the plaza.
To amend those.
And all you do is just attach a little mark to that.
Hadn't thought of that. Yes, I think that could certainly be a very wise decision and a very inexpensive one. Because we just need to attach, put new vinyl lettering or instructions that would show where those locations are at.
Sure.
I wasn't able to volunteer this year at the kiosk because I just am too busy. But are the blue line maps something, because the last time I was volunteering, we had the maps that I got from Janet Webb, from the Mumford and Sons. But, you know, I had been asking way back since Bill Morris if we could have an aerial with the names of the shops, because it's so confusing. Everybody's just so disoriented. Where's north, south, east, west, and you know, nobody wanted to park far from their cars. So the blue line maps, are those how current are those?
I believe that they are pretty current. I used one the other day to walk an individual over to where the plaza was. They'd come over to the John Dunn shops and didn't understand where they needed to. So I actually used it to walk them through it, and I found it to be very easy to use, again, because you can move its orientation. Now, in regards to it indicating businesses, I don't believe it does that per se. Now, it could be something that could be amended to the back, but it's the sheer volume of the businesses in downtown. I'm not for sure if we could fit it all there or not. It just need to be looked at.
The only other one was the animated map that the Taos News puts in that we have stacks of everywhere. And I wanted to thank you so much for the information in Manitou Springs. Actually, I have one of my dear friends has a business there. It's really informational. And back in February, I spent some time in L.A. In between forums for a moment. And I spent the whole time taking pictures of parking meters. And I actually have them on my other cell phone. But they had meters there similar to the ones we have in the plaza right now, but they were able to accept credit cards. And over there is no parking free, not even at the hotel we stayed at.
Right.
You know, but I think 50 cents here is very fair for people to pay. A few years back, I was real involved with the Taos project when it still was existing. And I remember these both options. And at that time, it was from my understanding, it was very successful for the shop owners. It did help during that time period to have the free parking. And they did, I'm not sure where, but they had the little hoods that they would put over the meters during that time. But it was helpful to the merchants.
And that's where recognizing financial needs and requirements and budgets, that I feel I just threw this addendum to the option A or B of doing the change for charity as a potential way to alleviate some of the loss of just leaving them completely, and is to let us test something like this and see if we feel that it would work at all in Taos. I mean, at worst, nobody does it, and we find out that in Taos it probably is not a good program. But at best, it could also turn out to be very popular and also offset some of the cost during which you have already created your budgets for this year.
Any other questions? Pleasure of the council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve the parking revenue and enforcement, and I'd also like to see staff work on a credit card kiosk within the near future, if not within this time span of between now and the holidays, because I want to accommodate the holidays, but for sure by next year's selling season. Just a plan with numbers to come forth to us so that we know what we'd be facing if we implemented a kiosk as opposed to the change meter.
Are you looking at one of these options as a possible framework
Solution?
for your amendment, for your motion?
What I would be looking at was option B.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion.
So, Councilman Gonzalez, in thinking about your motion, you are asking if staff could research kiosks and such and get back to us on that?
get back to us, but in the meantime, adopting the option B
Yes.
of their parking plan.
So primary is B.
B.
And
Secondary being the
to research.
to research and then come back to us so that next year we could implement.
Time limit on that, or
If I could, I would ask that Jay and his group, along with staff, look at these possibilities of options as part of the parking plan to make it convenient for our customers to park and visit our businesses. So I think this is, if I'm correct, Councilmember Gonzalez is saying, look, we'll put together option A in place and also ask staff and the merchants to come up with a parking plan which would include the possibility of kiosks or whatever methods would make it most convenient for our customers to park.
and my hesitation that you're seeing in my face is just staff is already so overwhelmed. Is this doable, or is this more?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman, if I could take what Councilman Gonzalez is saying and maybe combine these things. Since what I hear, and I attended one of the parking meetings, is that the business community has reached sort of their capacity for what they can recommend. They're not traffic planners. And we have kind of a complex parking situation that reflects, unlike Albuquerque, sort of a mishmash of things. Unless there's an objection by the council, it would seem that perhaps we could get together with the businesses and the chamber and put out a general RFP to the 4 or 5 major companies asking for a parking solution. And that way we wouldn't have to spend a lot of money. They're traffic experts. They know what works in other towns. And then we could bring back to you options with prices that we could afford or not afford, and you could review those.
Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
If I could just make an amendment to my motion, it would be okay with your second, is that in option B, that you guys provide some type of policing so that those spaces through the months of, from the time period of November 16th through January 4th, get utilized and utilized properly and achieve the goal that you guys are trying to set forth.
Agreed.
Okay.
Right, so now I can just see somebody parking in front of Moby Dickens, but going into Lambert's, and then seeing an employee run out there and say, hey, wait a minute, you got to be coming in here. So,
well, no,
when
I'm
we
saying
talk about-
saying more with regards to not hogging up the space from 8 to 5. I mean, it's certainly a vibrancy to foster businesses within that downtown, including Lambert's included, be it for lunch or dinner or whatever. I mean, obviously after 5 there's no fee anyway, but more along the lunch hour time as well too, just so that all businesses are included, but so that it's not an employee taking up the free parking.
So you're talking about then self-policing your own business and employees, not policing the public.
Not policing the public. Your own employees.
Okay.
But I see, a little bit of help here because, during that period of time, I've shopped in the plaza and stuff like that, and there's usually a lot of parking available during that from November through January and actually through March. But one of the things that can help here is that if you do a little policing in the sense of surveying, okay, if you go out at 8 o'clock in the morning and you chalk a tire, and at 5 o'clock that same vehicle's still there, you might have a feeling that it's an employee or somebody rather than a customer. But it would just give us an idea of how many people abuse the gift that's given to actually our customers, and that just helps us in understanding what is happening with our parking. So that's what I look at, not in the policing in the sense that you're going to go out there and cut their tires because they didn't move. But it just gives us feedback information that we can then assist with the consultants who are coming in to tell us what options we might have.
Agreed.
Mr. Bellis, do you see any, do you need, or does perhaps Mrs. Fambro, do you need time to kind of do a cost benefit on sleeving meters or not sleeving, but rather perhaps putting up little signs saying, it could be a great economic boost to the merchants if we were to advertise free parking, and if you do pay for parking, guess what? 25% of your donation goes to the Taos High wrestling team or whatever, if they apply and adhere to Mr. Grinch's regulations.
We'll probably lose approximately $10,000 of revenue during that time. Just running the numbers really quick, looking at what we received in that period last year. So that's something to think about. The major amount of revenue coming in will cover the leases, but there'll be some money for any maintenance costs, but we have other costs in there that we'll have to forego, depending on how it ends up. So it's about, I'm just saying 10 to 12,000, depending on the time. I was looking at a 2-month period, so maybe a little bit under 10,000 in revenue.
In clarification on that, when did we put the meters in last year?
We put them in
November?
It was actually in November, Steve? Yes, it was November 11th. It was, I don't know, I remember that.
So,
as veterans.
Okay, so compare that with the year before when we had quasi meters.
Let me look.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Mr. Pro Tem. Actually, the chief, based on your inquiries in the last meeting, I asked him to put together some statistics on collections and fines. Kind of a good segue.
I'm just looking at that.
And actually, that November in 12-13, we actually collected $6,400. But I think the rate, was the rate 50 cents or was it $1 at that time? It was $1 at that time. So that's why, and this November was $5,600. So it was $1,000 more in 12-13 than it was in 13-14. With the bad meters and the dollar collection, I guess.
So it's 5,600 and now it would be 5,600 again.
Right. Well, depending if you didn't collect, if it was free parking.
No, I understand, but I mean the loss would be about $6,000 rather than $10,000.
Just for that one, yes, for 1 month. I think I was calculating too, because option B that Councilmember Gonzalez said was first at option B, and I think that was a whole 2-month period.
Here's the dates. I'll show you.
Yeah, 11/16 to 1/4.
Right. So
2 months.
Almost.
Yeah.
So I was basing on that. So you're right. It's roughly 6,000 just for that 1 month.
So the experiment with it could be, if we do the change for charity, to see how much do we offset an aggressive campaign like this, even after we give the money to the charity. What are we offsetting with over here? And we're in a period here where I think we have an opportunity to experiment a little bit. We've tried lower prices, we've tried higher prices. Now let's try. A lot of people ask for free, and I don't think that. Again, I don't agree with free parking. I don't. You have to create turnover, and we have to pay for our parking. But there's a better way that I believe we can, and I believe that ultimately we have got to bring the price of parking up. But looking at Manitou Springs, the reason I think people I didn't see anyone have an issue with the parking. It all boiled down to convenience. And I think that that's one of the larger keys here is just we're asking people to come in with $4 to $5 in quarters when they pull in to the parking spot. There, they just pull out their credit card, they run it through, and they just see it as part of doing business.
Agreed.
Mr. Mayor, I think with regards to option B and now seeing numbers and shortfalls, option A may be the better option to go with so that it's weekly time spans through shopping season as opposed for the entire 2 months.
Yeah.
So I'd like to amend my motion to reflect option A with still the policing of employees within those free parking periods.
Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second that. It did make a difference.
I have a
in
second
this.
to the amendment. Is there discussion?
Thanks, Chief.
Councilman Gonzalez, I hear it, but for the sake of simplicity, I would just flat it or enact it for that whole month and a half, month and 2/3, and keep it simple. I can just see a nice Town of Taos advertising blitz saying, free parking, support your local business, and if you want to pay for parking, X% of your money is going to a charity. I think it's just a wonderful thing. And if we're saying, well, free parking from the 22nd to the 30th, and oops, stop, and then start it up on the 14th through the 4th, I don't know. I'm a little ambivalent about it, but I liked your original motion better.
All right. Further discussion?
May I interject?
Please.
Just in my opinion, I agree with Mr. Hahn that if we were to do the change for charity, I think we would not be able to obtain decent metrics off of it by doing a week here and then 2 weeks here. So I think we would end up not proving much with that solution. If we go with the longer solution, I think that would give us the time and the metrics to prove or disprove that as a possible resource for us.
Okay, not to rain on your parade, okay, but let me ask Mr. Bellis. We don't have any time this year to create a parking for charity program, do you think?
On the legal side, I have to defer to Mr. Caldwell, but he is leaving in a week and a half here, and we are bringing on a new attorney. I don't know that this is going to be her priority, but
Well, I'm just saying because you'd have to create RFPs to send out to the charities, and they'd have to respond, and then we'd have to vent them and all that stuff. And I just think that we've only got about 3.5 months between now and November. And I'm just saying for next year, something that we can look at, and as part of the total plan would be nice. But I think for this year, I think we ought to look at just whether or not we have a free parking during that period of time, whether it's 2 weekends or it's a month and a half.
Understood.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to amend to option B. And did we get a second?
No, option A.
Amend option B to option A.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Judy second.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
No.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Okay, by a vote of 3 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, we have amended the motion to option A from B. Is there further discussion? Being none, call for the vote.
Here, you can keep this one. We're done.
We just didn't amend. We have to approve of option B.
Oh, okay.
Or option A.
I'm sorry.
The motion was to amend, and now we're approving.
We amended the original motion to be option B. So now we have to vote on the original motion as amended to option B.
Okay. Councilmember Hahn?
Option A. Option A.
I'm sorry, option A.
I'm confused.
Yeah. They should take.
Okay, the original motion.
I'm going to go ahead right, go ahead.
The
Explain.
original motion was to accept option B.
Yes,
The amendment,
which we just voted for.
No, the amendment was to change to option A.
Oh, boy.
And you voted for option A.
Oh, boy.
So now we're on a vote to approve the original motion as option A.
Any more discussion, or are we beyond that? We're beyond that, Fred.
No, you can go back and ask for an amendment.
Mr. Mayor, and council members, I'm gathering that perhaps Councilor Hahn didn't know what he was voting on.
I get that feeling. That's why I voted no and he voted yes.
And I believe he can recall the vote or ask to have the vote taken again.
But that would be the motion, actually, is to reconsider the amendment.
So, Councilor Hahn, do you want to have that vote taken again, knowing now what was on the table?
To be honest, I'm still confused, but yes, And let me tell you what my concern is. Our budget is under severe constraints, and I was really hoping that B with sleeves and B with charitable donation would work, that we might be able to offset. But because of the time factor, Mayor Pro Tem, it seems like we won't be able to do that.
That's correct.
So, gosh, I want to support those businesses, and perhaps this discussion is inappropriate considering where we are at, but I'm also worried about our little budget. We've got to be able to try and offset. So, forgive my confusion, but my feeling is that if we can't stand to reduce our deficit in this venture, even though it's $6,000 to $10,000, every penny right now is important, then I would vote against both options and no change. So I appreciate your largesse in letting me talk about my confusion. I appreciate your patience.
It's a discussion until you make a motion. If there is no further discussion, then I'll take a vote. And the vote is that the council will go with option A.
So do you want to change that to a form of a motion, Fritz?
I didn't make the original motion.
Well, but you can amend.
Oh, I'm. Do I want to change? No, I'm really confused.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
this is the most confusing thing I've dealt with.
Councilor Hahn, so there was a motion on the table to adopt option B.
Yes.
That motion, there was a proposal to amend that to adopt instead option A.
Yes.
You've just voted 3-1 to
approve it,
allow the amendment.
Yes.
But you haven't actually voted on option A yet.
Yes.
So if there were to be a vote right now, it would be to adopt option A. Now you have the option, in my opinion, to have that vote rescinded and re-vote on that issue of whether to adopt an amendment for a subsequent vote, or you're being offered the option also to propose a different amendment to see if that generates a second. Does that make sense?
Right. So, I suppose my motion would be to look at and pursue option B with Councilman Gonzalez's recommendation to investigate kiosks and such in the future.
That's already within the motion.
And
the investigation is within his motion already.
right. My concern, however, is that we can't afford it this year without our charitable contribution element.
So you could amend your motion, Counselor, to implement no changes and just direct staff to look at the credit card kiosks.
Now there has to be, as part of this motion, is to whether or not there's going to be any
change
any
for this
free
year.
parking. Okay. If you adopt motion that's on the floor right now, there will be no longer any free parking during the farmers market. By policy.
Farmers market?
Mm-hmm.
The only time under the motion that's on the floor would be those 2 weekends in November and December that you would have free parking.
And that's what I prefer.
Well, gosh, I hadn't even thought about that. So my motion is to maintain free parking for the farmers market. I'm going to completely change horses here. Maintain free parking for the farmers market. Pending affordability, go with option B. And in anticipation of 15-16, entertain option B with the charitable giving element and ask staff over time to investigate kiosks. That is my motion.
Is there a second? No second, dies for lack of a second. We're back on the original motion. Any further discussion? Being none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
No.
By a vote of 3 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, parking is passed. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll go to item then 7B.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I just get some clarification on that? So I'm a little lost. I followed the A and B, but I'm a little lost on the farmers market. So did we vote to eliminate
free parking?
Free parking on farmers market.
Farmers and to do
option A, giving free parking during the weeks of 11/22 through 11/30, and 12/14 to 1/4.
Okay, so we're eliminating free parking for the...
All right. Item 7B, contract TT 1561.
And I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. Free parking, farmers market?
No.
No more.
No more.
Option A, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Boy, is that a...
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. 7B, contract TT 15-61. Contract with Daniel B. Stevens and Associates. And this will go to Mr. Bellis.
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe this goes to our attorney who has the contract in this regard.
Okay. If you don't want it, I'll give it to him, since he's leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. What is in your agenda packets is a proposed contract for the remainder of this fiscal year with Daniel B. Stevens and Associates, which is the firm the town has utilized for purposes of hydrological consulting and expert advice, particularly with regard to the two pending litigation matters that the town is involved in, those being the Abeta water rights settlement and the Spring Ditch case. The proposed contract is based on an exemption in the procurement code for purposes of litigation support and expert fees in litigated matters, rather than being on the basis of an RFP. And I think it's important that you know that. All of the tasks are tied directly to matters pertaining to the Abeta and to the Spring Ditch matter. This might very well be an area that's so broad and comprehensive, that being water rights, that it becomes important at some point in the future to reconsider issuing an RFP. At this moment in time, however, it's my strong recommendation that we enter into this contract in order to deal with some of the more pressing items at hand with regard to Abeta and the Spring Ditch matter, in order to get to the point where you can really address that consideration in the future. With that, I recommend approval of the contract that's attached to your agenda, and I stand for questions.
Questions? I just have one. Is this the historical cost of this contract?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, none of this is really a time and materials contract. We will be billed for time spent on an hourly rate based on the individual providing the service.
But it's not to exceed this amount?
Would not to exceed what's set forth in the contract.
And what I'm asking is, that in last year's contract, was it similar limitation?
The hourly rates set forth in this contract have not changed from the last contract. We have identified additional tasks that have added to the overall not to exceed amount, but again, those only will be billed for if we require that they be performed.
So how much did we increase this max from 20,000? I'm trying to remember.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, in the most recent fiscal year, we actually had 2 contracts. One was pertaining to an array of matters relating to the Abeta primarily, and the other was a standalone contract for the Spring Ditch matter. We've consolidated all of those tasks into one contract, and I believe, and Marietta, I'm hoping you can correct me if I'm grossly mistaken here, but I believe the combined amount is pretty similar.
Okay.
Now, one thing, Marietta, were you able to determine, while we had a contract or 2 contracts last year that had an overall not to exceed amount, I don't believe, with regard to the Spring Ditch contract, we got pretty close. With regard to the other contract, I don't think we were anywhere near actually expending the amount set forth in the contract.
Okay. Thank you. Questions? Being none, pleasure of the council.
Move for approval.
Second. Motion and a second. Further discussion? Being none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
By a vote of 4 in the affirmative, none in the negative, contract is adopted. Okay, we have one more item before we have an executive session. That is 8A, business manager position, Mr. Bellis.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a position that we budgeted for and is intended to provide some relief for the finance director as well as the public works director, by taking on a number of finance functions that we contemplated whether we would need to contract out for, such as investments, debt structure, rate analysis, real estates and rents, leases. So it's really intended to take the enterprise funds and long-term financing, capital structure, utilities, airport transit, and manage them as business functions. Again, taking some of the responsibilities off of the finance department so they can function on the general accounting funds, and some of the responsibilities for the revenue generating portions of our enterprises, and in particular when the airport is completed, and looking at that as a revenue generating and self-sustaining operation, as well as our transit systems. And it's pretty all-inclusive. The only thing on here that we might come to you back with in the future is on the section for supervision received. Some of these functions would probably report to you as a council. Some would report to the town manager, depending on what we have them do. But on a general day-to-day basis, they would primarily fall under the finance director. So I think it's going to depend a lot on the qualifications of the individuals we have respond to this.
Questions? I had asked in these that we have the salary range be part of this.
I'm sorry, this is a pay grade 30, which is...
No, I understand. What I'm trying to say is that, when the employee signs on the dotted line that this is his responsibility, that he understands also what the pay structure is that relates to it. So it's not, I don't remember being that. I thought it was going to be this.
Understood.
And especially if this is going to be signed at the time they apply for it, that they know specifically what pay range they're applying for. And I asked that to be put on all of the job descriptions and...
Understood.
Okay. So you're saying that this one is going to be a rate 30?
Yeah, which roughly, I apologize, I don't have the chart in front of me, but I think roughly it goes from about 42,000 to 82,000.
I thought it was 55 to 82, but maybe
57.
I will trust your experience more than mine on this.
Marietta?
2278 is the base.
What's
what?
2972 would be about 60,000 a year.
So 47.3.
Is that where you wanted it, Mr. Bellis?
I'm sorry.
Did you want it at 60,000 a year? That's midpoint.
Yes, it would be consistent. The pay grade 30 seems to be basically our department head grade at this point.
Okay.
And if we hire at any point above that, we will return back to the council.
Okay, so that should be in that paragraph that says that this is going to be a pay grade 30 and no higher than midpoint. And in that way they understand when they sign this thing, that's what they're expecting to get. Any further discussion? Pleasure of the council.
Move for approval.
Second?
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Being none, call for a vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
By a vote of 4 in the affirmative, and in the negative, it's adopted. Next item on the agenda is 9C. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss legal matters under 1015-1H7.
So move.
I'll second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in executive session. Thank you all very much. And if you want to stick around till we come out, it could be midnight. I will entertain a motion to come into regular session.
I'll second that.
Oh, I hope so.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I will ask now that our council give us a report on our executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The record should note, first of all, it's about 7 o'clock. We've come out of executive session, that the town council went into executive session to discuss pending or threatened litigation, particularly with regard to the Beta water rights settlement and with regard to the former town attorney, pursuant to Open Meetings Act exemption 10-15-1H7, and that only those items were discussed and that no action was taken and no decisions were made.
Entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Call for vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes.
Councilor Han.
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilor Cantu.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else to be brought before the council at this time?
Move to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's not debatable. Call for a vote.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilor Cantu.
Yes.
Councilor Han.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peralta.
Yes. We stand adjourned. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time and effort, and I hope that your winner, your supper is still warm.
Good meeting, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Fred.